Hey guys, some stories don't fit neatly into any category. They're not hauntings. They're not crimes. They're just wrong. You see someone, a face, a figure. Something about them feels off. The way they move, the way they blink, the way they don't seem entirely human. Tonight's story begins with a glance. A stranger in a crowd. Nothing unusual until you look again and realize it wasn't just your imagination. People say it's impossible, ridiculous. But what if the truth is hiding in plain sight? Before we begin, hit like, subscribe, and tell us in the comments what's the weirdest thing you've ever seen and immediately tried to forget, and where are you listening from tonight? Now take a breath and relax.
I never really bought into the whole lizard people thing. You know, the idea that some shape-shifting reptilian beings are walking among us in human skin, running the world behind the scenes. I always figured that was internet nonsense, the kind of thing you say half-jokingly at a bar after too many drinks. But then something happened. Something I still can't explain, no matter how many times I replay it in my head. It was a few months back, late spring, early summer. I had taken a solo trip out to Sedona. I needed to clear my head, get away from everything. I had just gone through a rough breakup. Work was stressing me out, and I figured a few days of hiking and unplugging from the noise might do me some good. Sedona's one of those places that feels different when you're there. The colors of the rocks, the silence between the trees, the way the air feels thicker somehow, almost like it's carrying a charge. People say there's energy in those canyons. At the time, I didn't believe that either. Now I'm not so sure. I had parked at a small trailhead about 15 minutes outside town. It wasn't one of the popular spots. I'd found it in a forum for off-the-map hikes and figured it would be quiet. I packed water, a granola bar, my old boots, and set off around 10 in the morning. The trail was dry and narrow, cutting through low brush and the occasional red rock outcropping. There was hardly any wind, the kind of stillness that makes every little sound stand out. About an hour in, I hit a spot where the trail curved around a small hill. On the other side was a cluster of cacti, taller than me, spread out like nature's attempt at a privacy fence. That's when I saw him. A man, just standing there, in a full business suit. It was so out of place I actually laughed at first. Like, what was this guy doing out here dressed like that? He was stiff, almost like a mannequin. No backpack, no hat. Just standing perfectly still behind one of the cacti, like he was trying to hide but not really trying. You know when someone's pretending not to be seen, but they're doing it in such an obvious way that it just makes them more noticeable? I slowed down immediately. Something about it didn't sit right. I told myself he was just lost, or maybe part of some weird photo shoot. But the longer I looked, the stranger it got. He wasn't fidgeting, wasn't checking his phone, wasn't even looking around. Just standing, hands at his sides, like he had been frozen in place. I stopped and knelt down to tie my boot, not because I needed to, but because I suddenly didn't want to get any closer. I kept my head down but watched him from the corner of my eye. That's when it happened. He turned slightly. Not his body, just his head. And in that moment, I swear to you, I saw his eyes change. 1 second, normal. The next, the pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Not like a cat, like a lizard. Thin, sharp, deliberate. It wasn't a trick of the light. I've seen what that looks like. This was different. His whole expression changed, like the muscles in his face weren't used to moving that way. I felt this wave of panic hit me. Not fear exactly, More like every instinct I had was suddenly screaming to stay still, to not make a sound, like I was prey and it had noticed me. He stared at me for a long few seconds. And then, like nothing had happened, he turned and walked away. Calm, casual, no rush. He walked like a guy who had just stepped out of a boardroom, not someone who had just revealed something impossible to a stranger in the desert. As he got farther away, he looked totally normal again. Just a guy in a suit walking into the canyon like it was the most natural thing in the world. But I couldn't shake what I had seen. The way his eyes changed. The way he had just stood there, like he was waiting for something, or watching for someone. I waited until he was completely out of sight. Then I stood up and started walking the other way, not running. I didn't want to attract attention. I just walked, fast and steady, back the way I came. I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't stop until I reached my car. When I got to the trailhead, my car was the only one in the lot. That made it worse somehow. I sat there for a long time with the engine running, trying to convince myself that I'd just seen a guy with weird contacts, maybe a prank, maybe my mind playing tricks on me in the heat. But it wasn't hot. And it wasn't a trick. I know what I saw. I drove back to town and didn't say a word to anyone. I checked out of my motel the next morning and left early. I haven't been back since. I didn't tell anyone for weeks, not friends, not family. Every time I thought about bringing it up, I imagined the look I'd get. Like I'd just confessed to believing in Bigfoot, or said the moon was fake. But it's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a splinter you can't get out. I started reading more after that, quietly, online. I didn't search for lizard people because that brings up the usual junk, but I looked into sightings, descriptions of strange individuals, reports of people whose faces glitch just for a second. Most of it sounds like nonsense. But every now and then someone describes the eyes. Always the eyes. Vertical slits, a flash of green, no emotion, just stillness. I don't know what I saw out there. I'm not saying it was a shapeshifter or some reptilian overlord, but I know what I felt, and it wasn't human. And ever since that day, I've had this sense like something saw me too, like I was just one of 100 hikers walking through the red dust. But in that moment, something looked back and remembered me. After that day in Sedona, things didn't go back to normal. I tried to pretend they did. I tried to convince myself it was a weird one-off thing. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe it was just a guy with strange eyes and a bad sense of social cues. I even tried laughing about it later, like it was some bizarre desert hallucination. But deep down, I knew what I saw. And I knew that it had seen me. I live alone, a small place, nothing special, just a 2-bedroom rental on the outskirts of a quiet town. The kind of spot where you hear the garbage truck coming long before it gets to your street, and you wave to the same 3 neighbors every morning whether you mean to or not. It's peaceful. Or at least it used to be. A few nights after I got back, I was sitting out on my back porch with a beer in my hand, staring at the trees that separate my yard from the old walking trail beyond. I like being outside when it's quiet. The stars were clear that night, no wind, just that deep, hollow stillness that makes you feel like the whole world is holding its breath. That's when I noticed it. Movement just beyond the tree line. At first I thought it was a deer, Happens all the time around here. They'll sneak out and rustle the bushes, maybe step onto someone's lawn for a snack. But this was different. The movement stopped too quickly, like it froze the second I noticed it. I squinted into the dark, trying to make out the shape. And then I saw it. A silhouette. Tall, standing still, too still, just like before. I couldn't make out the details, but I swear whoever it was, they were facing me. Not walking, not crouched, just standing, half hidden behind the trees, watching. I stared back for maybe 10 seconds. Didn't move, didn't blink. My stomach tightened, that cold feeling crawling up the back of my neck. You know how you just know when someone's looking at you? It was like that, but worse, heavier. I stood up slowly, not wanting to draw attention, and went inside. Locked the door, turned off the lights, didn't even finish the beer. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Probably just someone cutting through the trail, maybe lost. But I couldn't shake that feeling, that same feeling I'd had in Sedona, like I wasn't looking at a person. I was looking at something that wanted to be seen. The next morning, I walked down to the trail just to check. It had rained lightly the night before, enough to leave patches of soft mud. I figured if someone had been out there, maybe there would be footprints. There were. Sort of. I found a few impressions near the tree line, not full prints, not deep, just enough to suggest someone had been there. But the shape was wrong. The spacing was strange, too long between steps. Like whoever had been walking didn't move the way we do. I tried to brush it off again. Could have been an animal. Could have been my imagination making too much of some uneven ground. But I stopped going out on the porch at night after that. A couple days later, I was walking through the grocery store, just doing a normal run. Milk, eggs, bread, coffee, nothing fancy. I wasn't even thinking about Sedona at that point. I had almost convinced myself that I was overreacting, that nothing had followed me, that I was safe. Then I turned down the cereal aisle. He was standing at the other end. Same height, same build, dressed casual this time, jeans and a button-up, blending in. But it was him. I don't know how I knew. I just did. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't holding anything. Just standing there, looking at the shelves like he didn't know what anything was. Then he looked at me. And I saw them again. Those eyes. Only for a second, a flicker, but they changed. From round and human to vertical and inhuman. Just like in the desert. I dropped the basket, didn't even think about it, just turned around and walked out. I don't know if anyone saw. I don't know if he followed. I got in my car and drove straight home. After that, the dreams started. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like scenes. Always the same. I'm back in Sedona, standing on that trail, and he's there behind the cactus. But I can't move. I'm frozen, like my limbs are made of stone. He walks toward me slowly, calmly, and when he reaches me, he doesn't speak. He just leans in and stares. Eyes bright, slitted, unblinking. I always wake up before anything else happens. One night I woke up to find the back door unlocked. I'm obsessive about locking up. Always have been. But that night, I swear I remembered doing it before bed. Still, I chalked it up to a mistake. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe it wasn't what I was starting to fear. But the next night, it happened again. Not just unlocked. Wide open. And this time, there were marks on the floor. Thin, curved scratches on the hardwood like something heavy had slid just inside and stopped. I didn't call the cops. What was I going to tell them? That a lizard man walked through my yard and came inside to stare at me while I slept. I cleaned up the scratches, locked the door, and sat up all night with a flashlight in my hand. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a time since. I don't know what he wants. I don't know if he's following me or if there's more than one of them. All I know is that he saw me in Sedona, and now, somehow, he's here. Watching. Waiting. And I don't think he's alone. I started to notice them more often after that. Not just the one from Sedona, others. People who looked normal until you looked too close. Something about the way they moved, the way they stood still for just a little too long. The way their heads turned before their bodies, the way their eyes didn't quite match the light around them. You know when someone seems familiar but wrong, like a wax figure or a mannequin that's just lifelike enough to be uncomfortable? That's what it felt like. The first time I saw another one, it was at a gas station about 30 minutes from my house. I had driven out late at night because I couldn't sleep. Figured I'd grab a coffee and try to clear my head. I walked inside and immediately noticed a man standing by the coolers, just standing, not looking at anything, not holding a drink. His hands were in his pockets, shoulders too straight. He wasn't moving. I didn't get close. Just watched from the corner of my eye while pretending to pick out a snack. He turned toward me slowly, almost like he knew I was looking. Our eyes met for maybe 2 seconds. That's when I saw it again. That flicker, that shimmer. His pupils narrowing into slits, not like a trick of the light, but like something his body couldn't quite hide in time. I dropped the coffee and walked out. Didn't look back. Drove straight home and checked the locks 3 times before I sat down. This wasn't just about that one guy anymore. There were more of them. And they weren't hiding anymore. They were showing up in places they shouldn't be. A woman at the post office who blinked too slowly. A man outside the hardware store who stood without moving for 10 full minutes. A kid sitting alone at a bus stop, smiling without blinking as cars passed. Always watching. And always gone by the time I tried to get a second look. I started keeping track. Not just what I saw, but when and where. I had a notebook full of entries. Time, location, behavior. Every sighting seemed random, but I knew better. I could feel a pattern behind it, even if I couldn't see it yet. They weren't just wandering, they were monitoring. I stopped going out unless I had to. Grocery runs became once a week, early mornings when the stores were quiet. I changed up my routes, left my phone at home half the time. I didn't want to be traced, even though I had no real proof they were tracking me. But it didn't matter. They still found me. One night, I woke up to a sound outside, not loud, just wrong, like something scraping softly across the ground. I looked out my bedroom window and saw a shadow standing at the edge of my yard, not moving, just watching the house. I couldn't make out details, but I knew it wasn't an animal. I stayed completely still. It didn't move. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Not walked away. Gone. Like it had never been there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, just sat in bed with the lights off, holding a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds paranoid. But when you've seen what I've seen, when you know there's something out there wearing human skin and walking around like it belongs here, you stop caring what sounds crazy. I tried to tell someone once, my friend Jordan. We go back years, and he's always been open-minded. I figured if anyone might believe me, it would be him. We met for coffee, and I laid it all out. The guy in the suit, the slitted eyes, the sightings, the notebook, everything. He didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. He just looked at me for a long time and said, "You need to be careful." I asked him what he meant, and he just shook his head. Then he leaned in and said, "They're not all the same." That froze me. I asked him how he knew about any of this. He didn't answer. Just looked down at his coffee like he'd said too much. I tried pressing him, but he changed the subject. A few minutes later, he stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Just trust your instincts." I haven't seen him since. Called him a few times, no answer. Went by his apartment, empty, cleaned out, like he had never lived there. That was 2 weeks ago. Now I'm alone again. Except I'm not really. They're still out there. I still see them. Every few days someone new, a face in a crowd that holds eye contact just a little too long, a jogger who runs without sweating, a kid in the park staring up at the sky like he's waiting for something to arrive. I don't think they're hunting me exactly. I think they're waiting, watching to see what I'll do. If I'll tell more people, if I'll try to expose them, if I'll run, or if I'll forget. But I won't. I wrote everything down, and I keep writing, because the more I see them, the more I realize something else. They don't want to be found. But they're not hiding either. And that scares me more than anything. I started to wonder if they were letting me see them. That thought settled in one night while I was sitting in my living room, lights off, just staring at the front window. I had been there for almost an hour, watching the empty street, waiting for something to move, and nothing did. But the stillness felt too clean, too staged. Like the absence of movement had been placed there on purpose, like someone wanted me to notice the silence. I didn't used to think this way. I wasn't some paranoid guy chasing shadows. But when you see something you shouldn't, and then it starts showing up in the corner of your vision again and again, it changes you. You start seeing patterns in everything. You start thinking maybe the quiet isn't natural. Maybe it's the gap between two things you're not supposed to notice. I hadn't slept a full night in over a week. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. The first one, the man behind the cactus, his eyes changing, that perfect stillness. The way he turned and walked away like he was resetting a pose, that image burned itself into my brain. I kept thinking about what Jordan had said. They're not all the same. I didn't know what that meant, but it stayed with me. Were there different types? Were some more human than others? Were some of them not pretending anymore? One afternoon, I tried to get answers. I started digging online again, deeper than before. Not just forums and late-night videos, but old government documents, local news clippings, anything that might feel connected. Most of it was garbage. Crazy theories. But every once in a while I'd find something that clicked. A 1970s police report from a desert town in Arizona about a man found wandering naked with scaly skin and no fingerprints. He vanished from the hospital within hours. A blurry security photo from a Nevada airport showing a person with eyes too large for their face and a shadow that didn't match the light source. A classified file that was supposedly leaked from an air base. The document had been redacted into near uselessness, but one line stood out. Subject appears fully integrated. Displays advanced mimicry and sustained behavioral masking. That last line chilled me. Sustained behavioral masking. That's what they're doing. They're blending in. Not just standing still behind cacti or lurking outside houses. They're walking among us, in line at grocery stores, sitting on buses, standing behind counters, watching, listening, gathering something. I started to notice them doing things that felt almost like practice. There was a woman at the local hardware store who walked down one aisle, paused halfway, turned around without picking anything up, then walked back the same way. She did that 4 times in a row. Like she was testing something, then she looked at me and smiled too wide. Another time I saw a man at a diner stir his coffee clockwise for 10 straight minutes without drinking it. He was staring at the window, unblinking. Then he stood up and left, didn't pay, didn't speak to the waitress, just walked out. They are learning, I thought, studying us. And then a darker thought came in. Or maybe they're not learning. Maybe they already know everything, and what we're seeing is something else. Something breaking down. I went back to the notebook and started reviewing the entries. Times, locations, descriptions. I circled every sighting where the behavior seemed off, like they were glitching. I noticed that they were happening more frequently. Not just once a week, now it was every other day. And they were getting closer. One evening, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw someone standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac. Just standing. They weren't facing me, just looking at one of the streetlights. I watched from the car for a full minute. They didn't move. I got out and walked slowly to my front door, never taking my eyes off them. They didn't turn around. I went inside and locked everything. 15 minutes later, I looked outside again. They were gone. That's when I started hearing the noise. It's hard to describe. Not a sound exactly. More like a pressure behind the ears. Like when you're on a plane and your ears won't pop. It would come in short pulses, mostly at night, usually when everything else was quiet. And every time it started, I'd feel the air in the room change. Heavier, tighter. It would last a few minutes, then fade. The first few times I thought it was in my head. But then I caught Max reacting too. He'd perk up, look toward the window, and whine. Always at the same time. Always when that pressure hit. I started marking the times in the notebook. It wasn't random. The intervals were consistent, almost like a signal. I started thinking about Sedona again. About the silence in the canyon. The way the man stood so still. The moment his pupils shifted, I realized that silence felt just like this pressure. Like it wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of something else. I dug out the maps from that trip. I traced the trail I had taken. I remembered the spot with the cactus, the bend in the trail. I found it on the map, marked it. Then I noticed something else. There were other reports, scattered across different forums, from people describing similar sightings. But when I pinned the locations down, a pattern started to emerge. A rough circle, all centered around that same part of Sedona, almost like a radius, a zone. I measured the distance from that central point to my house. Roughly 190 miles. The last time I measured, I was well outside that. Now I was inside it. They were expanding. The sightings, the signals, the presence. I think whatever is happening started there. Maybe it came from underground. Maybe it came from somewhere else. But it's growing now. And more people are seeing them. Or maybe more people are being seen. I don't know which is worse. I stopped pretending I was okay after that. Up until then, I had been trying to live like everything was normal. I still went out for groceries. I still answered texts from friends, though less often. I tried to work, tried to read, tried to sleep. But the more I noticed them, the more I saw behind the curtain, the harder it became to act like I hadn't seen anything at all. Once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them. It wasn't just the man in the canyon anymore. It wasn't even just the one outside my house or the woman in the store. It was everywhere. Small things. People walking in perfect sync. Blinking out of rhythm. Smiling too long after the conversation was over. People who seemed human right up until the moment they didn't. I started staying home most of the time. Max wouldn't leave my side. He followed me from room to room, laid by the door at night, and growled at the windows more than once. He never used to do that. I covered the windows with blackout curtains. I unplugged my smart devices, tossed my webcam into a drawer, and shut off my phone for hours at a time. I kept thinking about that low-pressure hum I had been feeling, like a frequency only a part of me could detect, a pulse in the air, not quite sound, not quite thought. I needed answers, real ones. So I went back to the only person who had ever said anything that sounded like he understood. Jordan. I had not seen him in weeks. After that strange coffee shop conversation, he had vanished. I had driven by his place more than once. Empty. I left a note on the door once, just in case. No response. But that day, I got lucky. I was driving down a back road near the edge of town when I spotted him. He was walking alone along the shoulder, hands in his pockets, head down. I pulled over and called his name. He flinched like he didn't recognize it at first, then walked over to the car and got in without a word. I didn't ask where he had been. I didn't have to. He looked different. Not sick, not exactly, just tired. Like he hadn't had real rest in a long time. We sat in silence for a while. Then he said it. "They know you saw them." I asked him how he knew. He said, "Because you're still here." I waited. He finally looked at me. "If you were a threat, you wouldn't be. Still here, I mean." That chilled me more than anything else he had said. I asked him what they were, not in theory, not in vague metaphors. I asked him directly, "What are they?" He didn't answer at first. Then he said, "They've always been here, but something's changed." I pressed him, "What changed?" He said, "They used to hide, now they don't." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Do you know why they're always so still?" I shook my head. He said, Because movement is a human trait. We shift, we fidget, we adjust. They copy everything else, but they forget the small stuff. I asked how he knew all this. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small notebook, like mine, worn, thick with notes and loose pages. He handed it to me. Inside were dozens of entries, descriptions, dates, places, drawings. Eyes. So many sketches of those vertical pupils. One page near the middle caught my attention. It was a hand-drawn map. A circle, just like the one I had drawn on mine. A central point near Sedona, radiating out. Different zones, different levels of activity. And a note scrawled across the bottom. Integration increasing, estimated threshold approaching. I asked what that meant. He said, "They're not just showing up more, they're syncing with something. Something was coming, or being prepared for." He didn't say what. He looked out the window, eyes unfocused. "I don't think they're waiting anymore," he said. "They're replacing." That word sat heavy in the air. I asked him if he thought I had been replaced. He looked at me for a long time, then said, "Not yet." That was not comforting. I drove him back to where I had found him. He said he couldn't stay in one place for too long. He said they track routines. Predictable behavior makes you easier to swap. Before he got out, he said one last thing. "If they ever look like someone you know, don't talk to them, don't follow them, don't ask questions, just leave." Then he was gone. I sat in the car for a long time, notebook in my lap, stomach tight. If he was right, and I think he was, then I had already let too much slip. I had watched, I had tracked, I had remembered. I think they knew I was watching. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. Slow, measured, one step at a time. I sat up in bed and didn't move. Max was already awake, ears back, a low growl in his throat. I reached for the flashlight beside the bed, clicked it on, and waited. The steps stopped. Silence. I waited for 10 full minutes before moving. When I finally looked outside, the yard was empty. No prints, no shadows, nothing. But the gate was open, and I had locked it. The next day I packed a bag, essentials only. I put both notebooks in a plastic sleeve and tucked them at the bottom. I left a note on the kitchen table, just in case. Not that anyone would come looking, but it felt right. I drove north, away from the radius, away from the zone. I didn't know where I was going yet, only that I had to keep moving, because something was coming. And if I stayed in one place, I might not be the one who stayed. I kept driving. No destination, no map, just a direction, north. That first night I slept in the truck, parked off a side road behind a row of trees where no one would see the glow of my dash. Max stayed curled on the seat beside me, head up, alert even while he dozed. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the dark made my breath catch, but nothing came. No footsteps, no watchers. The notebook sat on the passenger side floor. I didn't touch it, didn't need to. Everything I needed from it was already burned into my brain. In the morning I drove again. Small towns, gas stations that looked like they hadn't changed since the 1970s, diners with handwritten menus and coffee that tasted like cardboard. I kept my head down. Didn't stay anywhere longer than a few hours. If someone stared too long, if someone blinked too slow, I was gone. At first I thought maybe I'd find more people like Jordan, people who had seen what I'd seen, maybe even people who had answers. I kept an eye out for signs, symbols scrawled on light poles, QR codes that didn't scan, people in booths talking in hushed tones about eyes that didn't blink right. But nothing ever came. Just me, Max, and the road. And somewhere in the silence, the fear started to shift. It didn't go away. It just changed shape. I wasn't scared of being found anymore. I was scared that I might be the only one left who remembered. Because that's the thing I figured out too late. They don't need to erase you. They just need to copy you well enough that no one notices you're gone. I stopped one night at a rest area in the mountains, snow on the ground, air so clean it hurt to breathe. I took Max for a walk in the trees. The trail wound behind the building and disappeared into a patch of pine. No one else was around. Then I saw something up ahead. Another figure. Standing still. No movement. Just a man in a dark jacket, hands by his sides, staring off into the trees. I froze. Max did too. No growl this time. Just a low whine. Tail down. I was about to turn around when the man spoke. "You can stop running." His voice was calm. Too calm. Like it had been practiced, like he'd been rehearsing those exact words for a long time. I didn't move. He turned around slowly. His face looked human, familiar even. That was the worst part. There was something almost like me in the shape of his jaw, the curve of his eyebrows. But his eyes were wrong. Too still. I reached for the flashlight in my pocket, clicked it on, and shined it in his face. His pupils didn't shrink. He flinched not from the light, but from the noise of the switch. That's when I knew. He wasn't here to hurt me, not like that. He was here to copy me. I didn't say anything, just backed away slowly, hands still on the light. He didn't follow, didn't move at all. I walked back to the truck, heart hammering. Max didn't take his eyes off the trees until we pulled away. I drove until the sun came up. That was the last time I saw one of them. I don't know why. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe it was the final check before they decided I wasn't worth the trouble. But after that, the sightings stopped, the dreams faded, the pressure in the air disappeared. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe. I found a town further upstate, not too small, not too quiet. A place with enough strangers that no one asks why you're there, but not enough to feel watched. I rented a room in a little house just outside of town, fixed it up, cleaned the gutters, put my name on the mailbox. I started writing again, not just notes, full pages, everything I remembered, everything I saw, not to post it, not to expose it, just to keep it alive. Because if I forget, then they win. And if they ever come back, I'll know. I'll see it in their eyes. It's been 4 months now. Max sleeps better. I do too. I've started going for walks again, even at night. The woods don't scare me anymore. Not because I think it's over. I don't. But because I'm not afraid of the dark now. I know what's out there. And I know they want us quiet, afraid, alone. But I'm not any of those things. Not anymore. The other day, I saw a flyer in the window of the diner. Someone was putting together a community group, a place for people to talk about strange experiences, things they couldn't explain. Lights in the sky, voices in the woods. I stood there looking at it for a long time. Then I took it down, because I don't think this is something to talk about in a circle over coffee. It's something to remember in silence, to carry with you, so that when the moment comes again, and it will, you'll recognize the stillness, the eyes, the way they don't quite move right. You'll know, and you'll walk away, just like I did. That's the ending. Not a battle, not a discovery. Just this: memory and survival. This happened 2 weeks ago, and I've gone back and forth about whether to even post it. Part of me feels stupid, like it's not that big of a deal, or like I'm overreacting. But I keep thinking about it at night, about what almost happened. So yeah, I'm posting this because I can't stop replaying it, and maybe writing it out will help. I live in the south side of Glasgow, one of those rows of attached houses with the identical red brick fronts and tiny front gardens full of broken solar lights and overgrown grass. Nothing fancy. The kind of street where you mostly know your neighbors, or at least what cars they drive. Anyway, it was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, and I'd just gone to bed around 1:30. Nothing unusual about the day. I worked late, had some leftover pasta, watched an episode of something I don't even remember. Normal stuff. At 1:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. Just one notification. Motion detected at front door. I've got one of those Ring doorbells, not for any specific reason. Just got it on sale last year and figured it couldn't hurt. Mostly it picks up delivery drivers, drunk students walking past, or the occasional fox that likes to sniff my recycling bin. I was half asleep, but I tapped the notification anyway, just out of habit. The clip was only 30 seconds long. A man in a dark hoodie walks up my front path, doesn't knock, doesn't look around, just grabs the handle and tries to open the door, calm, like he does it every day. He stands there for a few seconds, steps back, looks at the door again, doesn't say anything, then just turns around and walks off. No rush, no panic, just leaves, like he's disappointed he couldn't get in. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, heart going a bit too fast. I watched the clip again, and again. I zoomed in, even though the footage was grainy and the porch light was off. He's tall, maybe late 20s, hard to say. He's not masked or anything, just has the hood up. Doesn't seem drunk. Doesn't seem high, just deliberate. I checked the live feed. Nothing there now. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy tried my doorknob and walked away. It didn't even seem like a crime, just unsettling. I made sure the door was locked. It was then went back to bed, still holding my phone. Tried to sleep. Didn't. In the morning, I posted the clip to our neighborhood Facebook group. Just a short message. Anyone else get this guy on their cam last night? Tried my door around 1, 40, didn't knock, just walked off. It blew up. Within 10 minutes, I had 3 replies, then 5, then more. Same guy, same hoodie, same time. People started posting their own ring footage. Every video was almost identical. He walks up, tries the handle, doesn't say anything, and leaves. In one clip, he even waves at the camera before walking away. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from. But what got me, what actually made my stomach drop, was this one comment from a woman who lives about 5 houses down. She wrote, "I think he came into my house." At first I thought she was joking. Some kind of sarcastic post like, "Ha ha, must have stopped for tea." But then she added more. "I forgot to lock the front door. Didn't notice anything weird until I saw my ring cam this morning. He walks in at 1:44, doesn't leave until almost 3. Almost an hour and a half. Everyone started commenting at once, asking if she was okay, if she called the police, what he did, why she didn't hear him. She said she'd slept through it. She lives alone. No dog, no partner, nothing. She said the only reason she knew for sure that he'd stayed was because her hallway camera picked up the timestamp. He walked into her living room, sat on the sofa for a bit, then wandered into the kitchen. He took a yogurt from her fridge. A yogurt. Ate it, put the spoon in the sink, didn't touch anything else. Just sat there, eating, like it was his place. Then he left. She didn't wake up until morning. She only figured it out because her slippers had been moved and the fridge light was on. Police came that afternoon, took statements, collected the footage. We never heard anything else. No arrests, no follow-up, nothing on the news. We don't know who he was or where he went. The weird part? It's like he disappeared. The Facebook group went nuts for a while. People started checking their doors 5 times a night, buying extra locks, keeping porch lights on all night. But after about a week, it died down, new posts stopped, everyone moved on. Except me. I still check the ring footage every morning. Still scroll back to 1:42 a.m. just in case. Nothing so far. But I keep thinking about that clip, the way he stood at my door, the way he tried the handle like it was no big deal, like he wasn't checking if it was locked, just seeing if this one would open. Like it was a routine. And maybe it was. Maybe he tries a street every month. Maybe that night, I was just lucky enough to have turned the key. After the Facebook group blew up that morning, I started noticing the change in the street. People were acting different. Curtains were drawn tighter, even during the day. Porch lights that used to be on timers now stayed lit through the night. A few neighbors I barely knew stopped me on the walk to my car, not to chat, but to say things like, "You got locks on your back gate," or, "I've been thinking about getting one of those wheel arms." There was a weird sort of bonding in it. Not friendly exactly, just a quiet understanding that something had stepped out of place, like the routine had been disrupted, and now we were all trying to patch it up. I kept going back to the footage, not just mine, everyone's. I watched each clip like it was a puzzle I hadn't solved yet. Same walk, same angle of approach, always the handle, always casual. But there was one video that stuck with me, and not for any dramatic reason. It was just weird. Someone had a second camera facing the street, not the door, the actual road. And when they posted their clip, it showed something none of the others had. He didn't arrive in a car, didn't bike in, didn't jog or wander up from the corner. He just appeared in frame, from the left, no context, walking with purpose, like he already knew where he was going. That's the part that bugged me the most. Not that he was checking doors, as messed up as that was, but that he was doing it so calmly, like it wasn't about breaking in, like he wasn't desperate or angry or even really trying to hide. It was something else. I talked to the woman whose house he entered. Her name's Marie. She lives down the street, in one of those slightly older terraces with the narrow hallways and long front rooms. I didn't know her before all this. We'd nodded a few times while taking out the bins, but that's about it. She reached out to me privately, sent a message after I commented on her post, said she'd talk if I wanted. So I walked over the next evening just after 6. She made tea, poured mine with milk even though I usually drink it plain, but I didn't correct her. We sat in her kitchen, both of us a bit awkward, like we weren't sure how seriously to take any of it. She told me the police had come by twice. They watched the footage, took her statement, said it was unusual behavior, but not technically breaking and entering, since the door wasn't locked. No damage, no theft, no threats. She said that word like she was quoting someone, not technically. I asked if she'd heard anything that night, any creaks or sounds that didn't fit. She shook her head. I sleep like a brick, she said. Didn't even know the fridge was open till I saw the light. Yogurt tub was in the bin, like he'd cleaned up after himself. She gave this strange little laugh when she said it, the kind people do when something's funny and not funny at the same time. Then she looked at me, more serious. He picked a spoon. What? A spoon, she said again. Not just grabbed one. He opened the drawer, looked, picked one, put the drawer back quiet. How do you know? She took a sip of tea. Because I watched the video over and over. You can see it. You can hear it too, if you turn the volume up. He was careful. That stuck with me. Not just that he came in. Not just that he sat there. But that he made choices. Tiny, deliberate ones. The kind of choices people make when they're not in a rush. When they feel safe. I asked if she was scared. She said, not that night, not even the next day. Then added, it's worse now. Why? She hesitated. Because now I know what he looks like, and I've started thinking I've seen him since. That made my skin crawl. I asked where. She just shook her head. Not sure. Could be nothing. Could just be, I'm jumpy now. We sat in silence for a bit after that. Her clock ticked loud in the quiet. Before I left, she walked me to the door. Said, I think he was looking for something. I asked what. She just said, not sure he found it. The walk home was short but unsettling. My own front door felt different now, not just something to lock, but something that had been tested, like it had passed once, but might not again. That night, I added a second deadbolt. It wasn't fancy, Just something I picked up from the DIY shop at the end of the block. Installed it myself, watched a YouTube video with shaky audio to figure it out. Afterward, I stood outside and tried the handle. Twice. Just to hear the click, to make sure it held. And then, because I'm apparently a bit mad now, I opened the Ring app and watched my own door from my phone. Just sat there in my front room, watching a live feed of my own house, like it might try to lie to me. It didn't. Nothing happened. Just the wind. Just the quiet. Still, I barely slept. Every time the boiler kicked in, or the fridge groaned, or a car rolled past outside, I sat up and held my breath. Waiting. Not because I expected him to come back, but because I didn't understand why he left. The thing no one tells you is that the fear doesn't show up all at once. It sort of creeps into the corners first, changes how you move, how you talk to people. You tell yourself you're fine, but suddenly you're double-checking every lock in the house like it's a ritual. You pause a second longer before getting out of the shower. You turn off the TV just to make sure that last sound wasn't from outside. That's where I was. And I hadn't even been the one he got in on. I'd been lucky, that was all. I hadn't done anything smart or special. I'd just locked my door the way I always do, and somehow that was enough. That's what really stuck with me, the idea that nothing about me scared him off. He didn't see me through the window and decide against it. He didn't hear a dog bark or see a light flick on. He just tried the door, and it didn't open. So he moved on, like it was a vending machine that ate his coin. That was the part that started digging in, the longer I sat with it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't seem surprised it was locked, like most of them weren't. Like he was used to it. I didn't post much after the second day. The Facebook group was still buzzing, still full of people sharing clips and screenshots and theories, but I stopped commenting. The noise was making it worse. There were too many people trying to explain it away, saying things like, oh, maybe he was just drunk, or probably mental health related, or the worst one, well, if nothing was taken, is it really a crime? That one got under my skin. I wasn't thinking about crimes. I was thinking about presence, about someone being inside when they weren't supposed to be. Someone in your living room, someone who knows how your door handle feels, someone who touched your light switch in your fridge and maybe looked at the photos on your shelf while you were asleep in the next room. That's the part they didn't get. It wasn't about damage. It was about being watched. And whoever he was, he knew how to do that without making a sound. Anyway, a few days later, I ran into Marie again. I was coming back from the corner shop, late evening, bags in hand, and she was out front of her place, sweeping leaves off the path. She looked tired, not messy, just worn out around the eyes. We said hi, and I almost kept walking, but then she asked, "Have you had anything else happen?" I stopped. "No," I said. "You?" She looked at me for a second, not answering right away, just watching my face like she was deciding how honest to be. Then she said, "Maybe." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. 3 nights ago, around 1:30, maybe a bit later, I was up reading, couldn't sleep, and I heard the door handle rattle again. That sentence made my mouth go dry. I asked if she looked through the peephole. She nodded. No one there. But you heard it. Clear as anything, not loud, just that quiet little click you know too well. I didn't ask why she didn't open the door. We both knew why. She said she sat on the stairs after that, just listened, didn't move for nearly half an hour. No other sounds, no knocks, nothing. I told her I hadn't heard anything since, no motion alerts, no footsteps. She just nodded again and said, "Yeah, but he wasn't just looking for unlocked doors." I didn't say anything to that. I went home and checked the footage again that night, like I always do now. Nothing, just wind, leaves, one of the neighbor's cats knocking over the bins again. But I couldn't sleep after. That sentence stuck with me. He wasn't just looking for unlocked doors. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't stop imagining him picking which ones to try. Not random, not a lineup. Maybe he watched. Maybe he scoped us out earlier. Maybe the unlocked ones were just the ones he'd already decided were worth entering. The next afternoon I got a message. Not on Facebook, this was a text. Number I didn't recognize. Area code from somewhere in Ayrshire. It just said, "Check your recycling." No name, no context. My stomach dropped. I went out to the front bin and opened the lid. Just cans and wrappers. Nothing weird. But then I noticed something wedged between the bag and the side of the bin. A plastic spoon. White, clean, tucked in like someone had slid it in deliberately so it wouldn't fall out. I just stared at it. I didn't take it out. Didn't call the police. Didn't even tell Meg or Marie or anyone else. I shut the bin and went back inside and locked the door. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't gotten any more texts. No calls, no knocks, no doorbell pings. Just that spoon. But it changed something in me. Because it meant he remembered. It meant he knew who I was, or at least where I was. And that meant the first time he tried my door wasn't the only time. I didn't sleep the night after the spoon. I didn't even try. I stayed up in the living room with the lights on and my phone open to the Ring app, flicking between the live feed and the footage log like something might change while I was watching. Nothing did. It was quiet. But that didn't help. Because now I wasn't just scared of someone coming back. Now I knew he'd already been back. And this time, I hadn't seen him. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not Meg, not Marie, not even Jamie when he popped round the next day to drop off some drill bits I'd asked for weeks ago. I almost said it, almost brought it up like, "You ever find something that shouldn't be in your bin?" But I couldn't make the words feel normal. And if I couldn't say it without sounding crazy, I wasn't going to say it at all. Instead, I started doing small things. I rearranged my living room, pulled the sofa away from the front window, re-angled the lamp so it didn't cast shadows across the hallway at night, bought a cheap wedge alarm for the back door. Not because I thought it would stop him, just so I'd know if it happened again. I even printed out one of those fake 24-hour CCTV in operation signs and stuck it to the inside of the glass. Not sure who I thought I was fooling. Probably just myself. I watched Marie more too. Not in a weird way, just noticed her more. The way she kept her curtains shut tighter than before, how she never took the bins out after dark now. The way she always scanned the street before unlocking her front door, keys already out like she was preparing for something to happen. We were all doing it, in our own way. One night, I came back from the shop and found her standing in her driveway, staring up at her roof. I asked if everything was okay. She didn't look away from whatever she was looking at. "Do you ever feel like he's still here?" she said. Not, "Do you think he'll come back?" Not, "What if it happens again?" Just still here. I didn't answer. Because I did. Not in the obvious ways. I didn't see vans parked on the street or catch anyone watching from the shadows, but the feeling was still there. That low, gnawing hum of wrongness that you learn to stop talking about because no one knows what to do with it. I asked if she'd seen anything. She didn't move. Yesterday morning, she said, my mail was inside, on the floor, door was still locked. I felt that slow, cold twist in my stomach. Are you sure it didn't just fall through? It was stacked, neat, like someone had picked it up and left it for me. I didn't know what to say. What do you even say to that? We stood there in silence for a while. Then she finally looked at me. If I'm honest, she said, I don't think he's gone. I just think he got better at it. That sentence lived in my head for days. I started noticing the gaps in my own habits, the small places where I might forget something, leave a curtain slightly open, take too long to relock the door after coming in, walk away from the kettle while it's boiling, letting the noise cover everything else. And I kept thinking, if he's watching, he knows all that. He knows my routine. He knows when I go quiet, when I sleep, when I don't. I tried to change things up, set alarms for odd hours, kept lights on at weird times, took different routes home, all that stuff you do when you're trying to be unpredictable. But it doesn't really work, because you can't outsmart someone when you don't know what game they're playing. And then something happened that pushed it all back to the surface. A new post went up in the Facebook group. Someone had footage, not of their own house, of a dog walker's clip, from a camera mounted on their dog's collar. I didn't even know people were doing that now. The woman who posted it said her dog had started acting strange during their usual morning walk, kept turning back, ears up, hackles raised, so she checked the footage when she got home. And at the 12-minute mark, you see a man, maybe him, maybe not, but it felt close, standing at the corner of one of the cul-de-sacs just off our street. Not moving. Not walking a dog. Just there. Hood up, head down, like he'd been waiting to be noticed. Or maybe hoping he wouldn't be. The timestamp was 5:38 a.m. Same day I found the spoon. I sat there staring at the paused frame, trying to make something clearer out of it. A clue, a detail. But there was nothing, just shadows and pixels in that same posture, relaxed, patient, familiar. I didn't comment, didn't share it. Just saved the image to my phone and kept checking it every hour for the rest of the day, like it might suddenly blink. That night, I didn't stay in. I packed a bag and went to Meg's. She was confused at first, but when she saw my face, she just nodded and asked what takeaway I wanted. I didn't tell her everything. Just enough. I said, "He left something for me." She didn't ask what. I slept on her sofa that night, barely moving, and still, I woke up 3 times with my heart pounding, convinced I'd heard the front gate. In the morning I checked my phone, no new alerts, no missed calls. Just the saved photo from the dog cam. Still him, still standing, still watching. The hardest part was that life didn't stop just because something awful might be happening in the background. Bills still showed up, work still called, people still asked you how you were in that polite, shallow way that made it impossible to answer truthfully. I'd nod and say, "Yeah, all good," like I wasn't sleeping with the hallway light on, like I wasn't checking my bin for messages or spoons, or God knows what every morning, like I didn't flinch every time my phone buzzed past midnight. There's something deeply isolating about a fear you can't prove, something that makes you feel stupid for being scared, and even more stupid for trying to explain it. I'd half start to bring it up in conversations to Meg, to Jamie, even to the guy I work with at the print shop, but I always bailed. I could already hear the way they'd respond, logical, reassuring, probably just a prank, or sounds like someone messing about. And maybe it was. That was the worst part. Maybe it really was just some weird guy with too much time and a taste for yogurt and unlocked doors. Maybe it was all over already, and I was just dragging it out in my head. But if that was true, why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I started writing things down, not to show anyone, just for myself, just so I could track what was happening and see if there was a pattern, a logic to it. I made a list of all the things that had changed since it started: the spoon, the unlocked door, the silent visits, the open gate, Marie's moved mail, the dog cam footage. It didn't add up to anything clear, but it felt better to see it on paper, like maybe if I looked hard enough I'd see what he wanted. I kept checking in with Marie, though not as often. We didn't say much anymore when we passed each other, but there was this kind of quiet understanding between us now, like we were the only 2 people on the street still paying attention. Everyone else had moved on. The Facebook posts had stopped. People were back to complaining about potholes and stolen flower pots. I guess that's how it works. People get scared for a bit, then bored, then numb. Something new always comes along. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't, because even though nothing new had happened since the spoon, that sense of being watched never really went away. I'd walk to the shop and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and stare at the ceiling, certain I'd heard someone on the gravel outside. The ring never pinged. The cameras never showed anything, but that didn't matter. You don't need to see the wind to feel it, and whatever this was, I felt it. Then, one night, something changed. I was home alone. Meg was staying at Jamie's, and I decided not to follow her this time. I was tired of feeling like I was running from my own house. I made dinner, something simple, pasta and garlic bread, and sat on the sofa to eat while an old episode of MasterChef played in the background. It was normal, calm, almost peaceful. Until I heard something from the front garden. Not a bang, not glass breaking, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. I muted the TV. Waited. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and opened the Ring app. Live feed loaded. Porch empty. No motion alert. Nothing moving. But I kept staring. I was so sure I'd heard something. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second, a flicker, like the signal had hiccuped. It came back instantly, still empty, but I'd seen it. I rewound the footage by 10 seconds, watched it again, the moment the screen jumped. It didn't catch anything, no figure, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened out there, just outside the range of the camera. I waited a few more minutes, watched the feed, still nothing. I should have let it go. I should have gone back to eating, but instead, I got up and opened the door. The porch was empty, path empty, gate closed. But something was there, sitting right in the center of the doormat. Another spoon. Same kind, plain, plastic, slightly bent at the tip. No note this time, no message. Just the spoon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just looking at it like it might move on its own. I glanced around the street. Empty. No one walking past. No cars pulling away. Just quiet, and me, and this stupid, meaningless thing that somehow meant everything. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Meg. I just shut the door, locked it, deadbolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't touch my food. I didn't unmute the TV. I just sat there and stared at the door like it might knock on its own. I stayed up all night. Didn't sleep. Didn't blink, it felt like. In the morning, the spoon was gone. Not kicked aside. Not blown off. Just gone. Like it had been taken back. Or like I'd imagined the whole thing and someone somewhere was laughing at how seriously I was taking it. But I hadn't imagined it. I know I hadn't. Because I wrote it down. The time, the shape, the texture, the way the plastic bent slightly in the middle like it had been used once and cleaned too aggressively. I wrote all of it down before I even shut the door. And that's when I realized what he was doing. He wasn't just watching. He was reminding me. After that second spoon, I knew I couldn't stay. Not out of panic, it wasn't that. It wasn't even fear in the same way anymore. It was this quiet, creeping realization that I wasn't going to win, that this was never a thing I could solve. He wasn't someone I could outsmart or catch in the act or reason with. He wasn't coming to break in or steal or hurt. He was just coming, in his own way, on his own schedule. And my house, the one I'd painted, filled with second-hand furniture, taken naps in, and cooked lazy Sunday dinners in it, didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place he visited. Like the front door was just a line he hadn't crossed yet, and even if he never did, the knowing was enough. I didn't want to be a person who lived like that. So I decided I was leaving. Meg understood, not right away, but she didn't push. She said I could stay at Jamie's for as long as I needed, while I figured things out. And I did 3 nights on their lumpy futon, still not sleeping properly, still checking my phone every hour. I even disabled my Ring app for a while. Not because I stopped caring, but because I couldn't handle the anticipation anymore. That constant spike of dread every time a motion alert went off, even if it was just the postie or a squirrel. It was wrecking me. I put in my notice with the letting agent a week later, gave the standard 28 days, didn't wait for the full term to end. I listed a few of my things on Facebook Marketplace, boxed up the rest, and started looking at flats outside the city, somewhere smaller, quieter, not so anonymous. Marie didn't say much when I told her. She just nodded and said, "I get it." And I think she did. That week, I went back once more to pick up the last of my things. Just me, middle of the afternoon, bright and unthreatening. I walked in and felt the weird stillness of a place that had already stopped being home. You could hear the echoes in the walls. You could smell the dust starting to settle. Everything looked normal, too normal, like nothing had happened, like it had all been in my head. But then I checked the kitchen. There was a third spoon on the counter. This one wasn't plastic. It was metal. Plain, cheap, the kind you'd get in a 5-pack from IKEA. But it was mine, from my drawer, and I hadn't been there in days. I stood there for a while, staring at it, not afraid, just done. It felt like the last word in a conversation I never wanted to be part of. A final message, or maybe a goodbye. I picked it up, washed it, dried it, put it back in the drawer like it belonged there. Then I walked out and didn't come back. I moved to a smaller flat about 25 minutes away, top floor, no garden, one door in, one door out. It's not anything special, but it's mine. It's quiet. I can see the whole street from my window. I started sleeping again. Not great, but better. Meg and I still talk, so does Marie. We check in now and then. A group chat was started. It's quiet now. Just memes and check-ins, and the odd bin day reminder. There haven't been any more sightings. No more Facebook clips. No new notes. No spoons. But I still catch myself watching. Not obsessively, not constantly, but when the house goes still at night and the wind picks up, I still pause and listen. I still lock the door, then check it twice. I still angle the hallway light so I can see the floor from my bed. That's the part I never expected. It's not the fear that stays, it's the habit. The small, instinctive changes that linger long after the danger's gone. The way you shrink into yourself, the way you stop assuming you're alone, even when you are. But I'm okay with that now, because it taught me something I didn't know before. That safety isn't a feeling, it's a choice you make over and over again. Every locked door, every gut instinct you don't ignore. Every time you say, "No, actually, I'm not just being dramatic." I used to think people who told stories like this were trying to scare others. But now I think they're just trying to tell you what can happen, not to make you paranoid, but to remind you to pay attention. To make you trust that feeling in your spine when something doesn't sit right. To make sure you don't ignore the knock you didn't hear. The sound you almost missed. The door you thought you locked. Because sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes he'll try the handle and just move on. And sometimes he won't. It started off so normal that I almost didn't notice it at all. Just a plain white van sitting across the street. No logos, no business markings, nothing on the side. The kind of vehicle you might see parked in any neighborhood, maybe a contractor's work van or someone moving furniture. It looked totally average, which I guess is why it didn't register as weird right away. I first saw it early one morning, just after sunrise. I was pouring coffee in my kitchen and glanced out the window, and there it was, parked on the other side of the road, completely still. I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat, and the engine was off. I figured maybe someone left it there overnight, or was waiting for someone in one of the nearby houses. I didn't give it a second thought. But that night, when I took the dog out for his usual walk, it was still there. Same spot. Same van. Except this time the engine was running. I remember the sound of it low and steady, like someone was inside with the heater on, waiting for something. I couldn't see through the windows. They were tinted dark, way darker than standard, which struck me as odd, but not illegal. I stood on my front step for a second, trying not to look too obvious, before walking toward the sidewalk with the leash in hand. As we rounded the block and circled back toward the house, I noticed something that made my stomach feel strange. The van had moved. It hadn't left. It was just further up the road now, maybe 20 feet, like it had crept forward a little while we were out and then parked again, still running, still with no visible driver. It made my skin crawl, but I shrugged it off. Told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe someone had fallen asleep in there. Maybe they were having car trouble. Maybe they were killing time between delivery jobs. It was not enough to call anyone. Still, I logged it mentally. When it came back 2 nights later, I noticed. Same exact van. Same lack of plates. That was the part I hadn't caught the first time. There were no tags, not even a temporary sticker or a smudge where a plate might have been removed. Just clean white metal where the license plate should have been. That made me pause. I didn't walk the dog that evening. I stayed inside, watched from behind the blinds. The van sat there for about 30 minutes, then pulled away slowly. No headlights. No noise, just the soft hum of an engine fading into the distance. I called the city's non-emergency line the next day, described the van, gave my street, said it had no plates and was acting strange. The dispatcher said they'd make a note of it. She didn't seem surprised. That's when I found out it wasn't just me. My neighbor across the street, the woman who's always in her garden, she mentioned it too, said she had seen the same van 3 different times that week. Always parked, always with the engine on. One time, she told me, it stayed for 2 full hours and no one ever got out. She had reported it too. By the end of the week, I had seen it 4 more times. Different hours. Different positions along the road, but always within view of my house. Always idle, always empty looking. Then a girl went missing, just 2 blocks over. Her name was Lauren. I didn't know her personally, but I had seen her jogging before, same time every day. Headphones on, bright jacket, one of those people who you start to recognize just from routine. She never came home. The day it happened, her ring cam caught something. The van. Parked near the end of her driveway, not moving, just sitting there with the lights off, minutes before she stepped out for her run. That's when everything clicked into place. Same van, same missing plates, same quiet presence I'd been watching from my front window. It showed up in the news briefly, Grainy, still images. No one could make out the driver. Police said they were investigating but didn't share much more. They asked for tips. That was it. After that, I started changing how I lived. No more nighttime walks. No more open windows after dark. I began keeping a notepad by the window so I could jot down dates and times without using my phone. I didn't want to risk drawing attention to myself. Every time the van came back, I logged it. When it arrived, how long it stayed, whether the engine was running. Then one night, it followed me. I had taken the dog out just before bed, same route as always. We walked down the block, cut through the alley, looped around the park, and came back up toward the house. That's when I heard it behind me. The low sound of tires rolling slow against the curb. I turned around and saw it. The van. Moving behind us. Not fast. Just slow enough to match our pace. When I stopped, it stopped. I didn't wait. I turned around and walked the other way, back toward the main road. It didn't follow. When I looked back 5 minutes later, it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. And after that, I stopped walking entirely. After that night in the park, I changed my routine completely. Morning walks only, bright daylight, sometimes even midday if I had time, just to avoid the usual crowd and keep my schedule unpredictable. I started cutting across different streets, doubling back, taking random turns even when I didn't need to. I told myself it was just for peace of mind, but it was more than that. It was survival instinct. I had never really felt that before, but once it kicks in, it's hard to ignore. The thing about noticing something threatening is that it makes you notice everything. Every car idling too long. Every person who slows their step when they pass you. Every unfamiliar vehicle parked within eyesight of your house. And that van, it had rewired the way I moved through the world. The way I breathed, honestly. By the end of the second week, I had logged 9 sightings. 9 separate times it had been parked across from my place, or 1 street over, or just far enough down the road that it could still see my windows. It never stayed more than an hour, never left anything behind, never got towed, never ticketed. I checked with the city and they said without a plate, they could not even track ownership unless they caught it moving, which they had not. The strange thing was, I never once saw the driver's face, not clearly. I caught glimpses through the windshield, but the angle was always just wrong. Dark cap, sunglasses, head turned. Like he was very practiced at not being seen properly. Always facing slightly away, always turning at just the right moment. The kind of calculated stillness that made your skin crawl, like being watched by someone who had done it many times before. My neighbor, the one who tended the garden, started avoiding the topic. She didn't want to talk about it anymore, said it gave her nightmares. I didn't blame her. She had mentioned once that her daughter lived alone a few blocks away. That made it personal, too personal. Some people could still pretend it was random. She couldn't. One night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up with a start. Not from a noise exactly, but from that weird internal alarm that goes off when something isn't right. I sat up, disoriented, and walked over to the window. The van was there again. Engine off this time, headlights dark, just sitting. Closer than usual, not across the street. Not by the curb. Directly in front of my house, slightly tilted, like it had parked in a hurry. I stood there for a long time just watching. I didn't grab my phone. I didn't take a photo. I didn't move. I just stood still, breathing as quietly as I could, convinced that if I did anything at all, he would see me. Eventually, I backed away from the window, sat down on the floor, still watching. I stayed there until the sun started to come up, and when I finally got the courage to look again, the van was gone. Not driving away, just gone, like it had evaporated. That morning, I filed another report. I walked it straight into the police station, gave them my full notes, the times, the dates, everything I had tracked. They were polite, but tired. You could see it on their faces. This was not the first time someone had brought them a story about a white van. But now, with Lauren still missing, they paid a little more attention. One officer told me, quietly, that there had been similar calls from 3 other neighborhoods nearby. Same description, same behavior, no plates. He told me to be cautious, said I was doing the right thing by documenting everything. Then he told me to make sure my doors were always locked, which wasn't comforting. I already triple-checked everything. Every night, sometimes more than once. By the 3rd week, I started getting headaches, not from anything physical, just from the stress, from the low-grade constant alertness. I couldn't focus at work. I forgot to eat lunch more than once. I stopped watching shows, stopped reading, stopped anything that might distract me too much. My entire world had shrunk down to 2 questions. Where is he now, and when will he come back? Then one morning, something changed. I was taking out the trash just after 9, normal day, sky overcast, mild breeze. I walked down the driveway, and as I passed the end of my fence, I saw something tucked underneath my mailbox. Folded paper, not junk mail, not a flyer, just plain white printer paper, folded twice, slightly damp from the dew. I opened it right there on the sidewalk. Inside were 2 things. The first was a printed map, a simple layout of my neighborhood, printed from an online satellite view. My street was circled. My house was marked with a red dot. The second was a list. A printed list of names. All women. All from within a few blocks. Some I recognized. One was my neighbor's daughter. One was the barista from the coffee shop I used to walk to. One was Lauren. And there I was, halfway down the list. My full name. My address. Circled in red ink. I didn't call the police from my house. I walked straight to the station again, the paper held flat in my hand like it was on fire. They didn't brush me off this time. The moment they saw it, something in the room shifted. The officer I gave it to stood up and took it into another room without saying a word. Things moved faster after that. They asked me to stay in a secure room while they called for a detective. They asked for everything again. All the van sightings, all my notes, every detail. I gave them everything I had, hands shaking. That was the moment it stopped being creepy and started being real. The detective came in around 40 minutes after they took the paper from me. He looked tired, but alert in that way people do when they have stopped pretending something is routine. He asked if I wanted coffee, and I said no. He sat down across from me in the small windowless interview room and laid the folded sheet flat between us. My name circled in red, still visible even under the fluorescent lights. "This is serious," he said. "We're treating it that way." I nodded. I didn't say much. I think I was still trying to feel my body again, like I had left it somewhere back on the sidewalk when I found that list. I remember rubbing my fingers together under the table just for the sensation. He asked how long I had been noticing the van. I gave him the dates. He asked about the driver, what I had seen, where I had seen him, whether I had ever spoken to him. I told him I never got a clear look at the face, just glimpses, always turned, always avoiding direct view. He asked about Lauren, what I knew about her. I said only that she walked her dog and we had nodded in passing a few times. I hadn't spoken to her beyond that. We weren't friends. I felt bad saying that, but it was the truth. He said it was okay. Said that the list probably contained targets, not acquaintances. That made me cold all over again. Then he said something that stuck with me. You're not the only one who's seen him. Apparently, 2 other women in the area had come in over the last month with similar stories. They had seen the same van, described the same quiet presence, same darkened windows, same strange behavior of pulling forward slowly when someone walked by, then stopping again. One had even tried to take a photo, but it had come out too blurry to be useful. The van moved constantly, never staying in one area long enough to be predictable. No tags, no visible damage, always just ordinary enough to avoid too much attention, but always watching. I asked what they were doing about it. He paused. We're trying to find it, and him. That was all he could say. After that, they let me go home, but they sent a patrol car to drive behind me. An officer sat parked near my house that night, same the next night. It helped a little, knowing someone was watching the street, but it also made everything feel sharper, realer, like I had officially crossed a line into something I was not going to walk back from. I left my porch light on every night. I taped blackout fabric over the inside of my bedroom window. I kept the motion sensor on near the back door and checked it constantly, even when it did not ping. I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of engines idling just out of view. The van didn't come back that week. At least, not that I saw. Then, a few days later, I was walking past the gas station down the road when I saw something that stopped me cold. There was a man at the pump. Plain jacket, ball cap, nothing distinctive, but the way he stood, the way he turned away slightly when he saw me, the way his shoulders tensed. I had seen that posture before. I ducked behind the side of the building and waited. My phone was already in my hand. I tried to take a photo, but by the time I poked my head back around, he was gone. Not walking, not pumping gas. Just gone, like he had slipped between frames. I ran to the front of the store and asked the clerk if they had security footage. He said that was up to corporate, not local. I gave him my name and number anyway, and asked him to pass it along. He said okay, but he did not look hopeful. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat on the couch with the lights off and the front blinds open just an inch, watching, waiting. Around 2 in the morning, I saw a pair of headlights at the end of the street. Not the van. A different car. Unmarked. No lights on top. It pulled into my driveway. For a second, I couldn't move. Then someone knocked on my door. When I opened it, 2 officers were there. Not the ones who had been assigned to patrol. Different faces. They said they were there to follow up on the list I had brought in. Said they had found something. Asked if they could come inside. I hesitated. I didn't want to be rude, but something felt off. Not about what they said, about the way they said it. Too polite, too rehearsed, like they had practiced it. I asked to see a badge. They paused. One of them pulled a card from his pocket, held it up. It looked real, but I had seen a different badge before from the detective. This one was not the same. I told them I needed to call the station to confirm. They smiled, too wide. Then they said, "That's okay, we'll come back later." They walked off. No argument, no insistence. Just turned and left. No car started, no doors closed. They were gone. I called the station immediately. They had not sent anyone. No one had been dispatched to my address that night. That was when it all locked into place. Whoever was behind the van was not just watching now. They were testing, getting bolder, trying the door. I stayed up the rest of that night with every light on in the house. Not that I thought it would stop anything, but it made me feel less alone. Brightness gave shape to things. Shadows could not sneak up on me if I did not let them form. I sat at the kitchen table with a flashlight in my lap and my phone charging next to a cup of cold coffee I never drank. The hours dragged, and I did not look at the clock once. The police told me the next day that there had been no record of anyone sent to my address, no calls made from any officer's phone, no log of a vehicle in the area. They took it seriously, I could tell. But not surprised, not anymore. They had me walk them through everything again. The knock, the badge, the names they gave, the way they left without a word when I asked to confirm their identity. I told them about the unmarked car and the way no door had ever closed. One of the officers asked if I had security footage, and I told him I used to. But the motion camera near the front door had stopped working a week earlier. I had replaced the batteries and reset it twice, but it never powered back on. I figured it had just worn out. Now I was not so sure. I had left it there anyway, just out of habit. I guess I thought even a broken camera might be enough of a deterrent. That evening, they offered to have someone stay parked outside my house again. I said yes. I was not trying to be brave anymore. I was tired. There is a kind of tired that gets into your bones, where fear is not loud anymore. It is just part of the air. You stop jumping at every sound and start cataloging them instead. That night, the officer stayed in an unmarked SUV with the engine running and the window cracked. I watched him from my upstairs window for over an hour before I finally lay down. I kept the lights on in the hallway and the door open, just in case. I was asleep for maybe 2 hours when something woke me. Not a noise, just a feeling. I sat up and looked toward the window. The officer's car was still there. Then my phone buzzed. It was a message from a number I did not recognize. It said, "He won't see me." Just that. Nothing else. I sat frozen with my hands wrapped around the phone. I did not know what to do. I did not want to call the police again and be told there was nothing they could do. I did not want to be told to stay calm and keep a record. I wanted to do something, anything. I walked to the window again, pressed my face close to the glass, and stared down at the street. The officer's car had not moved, still idling, still parked. But I noticed something I had not seen before. There was a second vehicle, further down the block, partially behind a hedge. No headlights, no visible plates. I could not tell if it was the same van. It might not have been, but I felt it. That same wrong weight in my chest that had crept in the first time I saw the van weeks ago. That same tightening in the back of my neck, like I had already seen what was coming and my body was catching up before my mind. I called the station right away. They sent another car. 15 minutes later, the second vehicle was gone. The officer in front of my house had not seen it leave. Said he never noticed it arrive. I don't know if he was telling the truth, or if he had dozed off or looked away at the wrong time. I didn't push. It would not have changed anything. The message had been clear. He was still watching. And now he was watching the people watching me. After that, they sent someone during the daytime too. A different shift, same routine. They told me it was temporary. I told them that was fine. I did not expect anyone to stay forever. I just needed time, enough space to breathe, to think, to figure out if I should leave the city entirely. I started packing a little. Not everything. Just a box here and there. Documents, clothes, anything I would need if I had to leave in a hurry. It made me feel a little better. Like I had a plan, even if I did not use it. Then, one afternoon, I got a call from the detective. They had found the van, not just one like it. The one. No plates, same body damage on the back left panel, same tinted windows, same make and model, parked near an old warehouse on the edge of town. They found it during a patrol sweep, just by chance. It was empty when they arrived. But inside, they found more. A notebook, duct tape, zip ties, a hunting knife, floor plans, mine, and others, a list of names, all women. Some of them matched the earlier list I had found. Some did not, but mine was still there, still circled, still marked in red. The detective said they were building a case, that the van was in evidence, that fingerprints were being processed, that the notebook was being photographed, that they were going to find him. And I believed him. I wanted to believe him. But part of me already knew. He was still out there, and now he knew they were close. They never caught him that week, not officially, not with cuffs and headlines and closure. The van was theirs now, but he was not. The fingerprint analysis came back with partials, but no confirmed match. No name, no face, nothing they could connect to any criminal record or state ID system. Whoever he was, he had stayed careful. He had wiped down almost everything. He had not used digital devices. No phone, no tablet, nothing to ping off towers or leave a signal trail. It was like he had studied how to disappear before he ever showed up. I started sleeping in short bursts, not full nights, just long enough to stop seeing shapes in the corners. I kept the hallway light on and the closet door open. I do not know why the closet, but something about being able to see inside it made me feel a little more in control. My phone stayed under my pillow, unlocked, screen dimmed but active. A few people from the neighborhood started reaching out to me. Nothing dramatic, just little check-ins. One woman dropped off cookies on my porch with a handwritten note that said, "We're glad you spoke up." A guy I used to pass walking his dog stopped me outside the gas station and said, "I think I saw him too." Then he looked over his shoulder before getting back into his car. That was the atmosphere now. Nobody said too much, but everyone was watching. The police gave me a temporary caseworker, a woman named Danielle. She was calm in a way that helped, not warm but focused. She talked to me like someone who had done this before. She told me I should be proud of how detailed my notes had been. I said I didn't feel proud. I felt like I had almost missed it, that it had taken me too long to admit it was real. She told me most people never admit it at all. She said I was lucky. I did not feel lucky. Every sound made my body tighten. Every knock at the door made my hands sweat. My dog had started barking at nothing more than usual. I couldn't tell if he was reacting to something I could not hear or just picking up on me. Then one night, something changed again. It was around 10. I had just finished brushing my teeth when I heard something tap against the living room window. Not a knock, not a bang, just a tap. A single, soft, deliberate tap. I froze in place, toothbrush still in my hand, waiting. A second tap. This time louder. I walked to the edge of the hallway and leaned forward just enough to see. There was a note pressed to the glass. Just paper, no envelope, held in place by a strip of what looked like masking tape. I stood there for a full minute before moving. Eventually, I opened the door, stepped outside, and peeled the note from the window with trembling fingers. It was short, typed, not handwritten. All it said was, "I had time." That was it. 3 words. No name, no date, no demands. Just a statement. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I sat on the floor and stared at the note until the sun started coming up. Then I called Danielle. She came in person that day. Not just her. A full team showed up. Plain clothes, quiet, efficient. They swept the house, took the note, collected fingerprints even though I told them I was sure he had worn gloves. They searched the yard, asked about new vehicles, any recent faces, any updates. There was nothing I could give them. Just those 3 words. That night, they left a car outside again. Same as before. But I did not sleep at all. It was not just fear now. It was the weight of knowing he had been back. That he had not been scared off by police or patrols or daylight. That he had stood close enough to see into my house and felt safe enough to leave me a message. I kept asking myself the same question. What did he mean by, "I had time"? Time to plan? Time to watch? Time to enter? I went through every drawer, every cabinet, every wall socket, every light fixture. I looked for anything that could have been moved, hidden, installed. I found nothing. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. The next few days passed in a blur. The police increased patrols across my neighborhood. They canvassed other blocks, asked more questions. A few more women came forward with their own stories. One had found a scrap of paper tucked into her mailbox with nothing but her initials on it. Another said she had heard a car idling outside her window for 3 nights in a row. No one had proof, just fear. One night Danielle called to tell me something new had come in. A man had been arrested out of state. Kansas border, near Oklahoma. He had been caught trespassing on private property. When they searched his vehicle, they found duct tape, zip ties, a hunting knife, a folder with newspaper clippings about Lauren's disappearance, and a second folder with street maps of Wichita. No ID on him. No phone. Just a handwritten name inside the folder. Mine. She said they were working to confirm everything. Said he had not confessed. Said the van had been burned out in a field not far from where he was picked up. But they were sure it was him. 90% sure. I asked if that meant it was over. Danielle did not answer right away. Then she said, "It might be." I took a breath for the first time in weeks that did not feel like borrowed air. I hung up and sat with the silence. No knocks. No engines. No shadows at the window. Just quiet. The quiet didn't feel like peace at first. It felt like holding my breath. Even after they told me he had been arrested, even after the folders and the burned-out van and the charges started stacking, I didn't let myself relax. I kept checking the locks twice. I still looked through the peephole before opening the door, even if I was just grabbing the mail. I left the porch light on every night, like muscle memory. The fear didn't go away all at once. It just slowed down, faded at the edges, got quieter. The man's name wasn't released right away. There were legal delays, procedural stuff. All I knew was that he had no ID when they found him. No history, nothing that tied him to anyone. Danielle told me that made sense. He had gone to lengths to stay invisible, used burner phones, paid in cash. He had probably changed vehicles more than once. The van they found outside town was definitely the one, though. They matched it to tire treads pulled from near my block, and inside, under the seat, they found more papers. A torn page from a calendar with dates circled, times, a list of intersections in my area. The words "entry point" were written next to one of them in pencil. That was the part that shook me most. He hadn't just been watching. He had been planning. Not in some chaotic way. Not the kind of sloppy crime of opportunity that gets caught early. This was different, clean, methodical. Like he had studied what not to do, and then built himself a process around it, and it almost worked. Almost. In the end, it was one mistake that brought him in. He parked too close to someone else's barn. Got out to check something. A ranch dog caught his scent, barked until the owner came out. He tried to drive off, but the truck was already boxed in by another vehicle. A small accident, no injuries. The officer who responded almost let him go until he noticed the burned plastic smell coming from the back of the van. That led to the search, which led to me. After that, it felt like everything slowed down again. The court process was still ongoing. They told me I might have to testify eventually, but I haven't yet. He refused to talk, refused to give a name. The papers called him the Van Stalker, like it was a title, like he had earned something. I hated that. I started walking again, not far, not after dark, but during the day, mornings only. I took new routes, started greeting the neighbors again. There was this moment, a few weeks after the arrest, where I passed a house 2 streets over and saw a woman on her porch watering plants. I had never spoken to her before. She looked up and nodded at me. I nodded back. That was it, nothing huge, just 2 people saying, "I'm still here, you're still here, that counts." I took the blackout fabric off my windows, let the light back in. The motion camera near my door finally died completely, so I replaced it with a newer one, something with cloud backup. I don't even check the footage every day anymore. Sometimes I forget it is even recording. I still keep the original list, the one with my name circled. It is in an envelope, sealed, tucked in the back of a drawer. Not because I want a reminder, but because part of me needs to know it was real, that I didn't imagine the tension, that the sound of an engine idling outside my house for too long was not just in my head. The police confirmed that Lauren was likely his first target in our area. They found traces of her scent in the van. Nothing else. No body. No phone. No remains. Just a few strands of hair and her name, written at the top of the first folder in blue ink. That was the line she got. Just her name. And mine was next. I visited the place where they found the van a month after the arrest. It was a long drive, a back road lined with trees and old fences. The barn was still there. Nothing left but scorched dirt where the van had burned. No marker, no sign, just a space. I stood there for a long time. Not angry, not scared. Just quiet. I don't know why I went. Closure, maybe. Or just to prove to myself that it ended. That the van wasn't still out there somewhere, idling in the dark, waiting to slide into the edge of my vision again. I haven't seen it since. And I think that matters. The neighborhood feels different now. Not nervous. Not paranoid. Just aware. People walk more together. I see more porch lights left on at night. Someone even organized a small community meeting last month about neighborhood safety. Not a dramatic one. No panic. Just people sharing what they had noticed, what they had seen, what they wanted to do differently. That's the thing about something like this. It doesn't just end, but it can settle. It can shift from fear to alertness, from isolation to connection. That's what it did for me, anyway. I still get the occasional knock that makes my heart lurch. I still flinch at the sound of engines slowing down near the curb. But I sleep again. And most mornings, I wake up to nothing but the sound of birds and sprinklers and the rustle of trees outside the window. That's enough for now. I don't know where he is. He still has not spoken. Still no name. Still no answer to why. But they have him. And I am still here. That matters more. Because some part of me believed back when this started, that I would vanish too. That I would become a face on a flyer or a blurry clip from a doorbell camera. But I didn't. I spoke up. I paid attention. And because of that, maybe someone else won't end up on a list like mine. Maybe someone else will look out their window at a parked van and decide not to brush it off. Maybe someone else will be believed. That's why I'm writing this. Not because I want to remember, but because I want someone else to notice sooner. Because the van didn't have plates, but I still saw it, and that made all the difference. I'm not a paranoid person, or I wasn't anyway. We've been in this house for about 5 months now. It's in Dublin, just outside the city old place, creaky floors, doors that don't shut right unless you lift them a bit while you pull. But it's ours. The kind of house you talk yourself into loving. Character, people say, when they mean. Stuff that should have been fixed years ago. I didn't think much about any of that until last week. My son is just over 2 months old, still in that newborn fog, still up every few hours. My wife and I take turns, or try to. We're both wrecked most of the time, not in a dramatic way. Just sleep-deprived, short-tempered, always slightly sticky from milk or spit up, the usual. We use a baby monitor. Nothing fancy, no screen, no night vision, just a basic audio-only one. A gift from my cousin, actually. He said it was better this way, less stuff to obsess over. It picks up the usual stuff, crying, babbling, the occasional weird radio static that I chalked up to cheap parts or bad wiring. Until 2 nights ago, it was just after 3. I had gotten up to use the toilet and was sitting in the living room after, half asleep, trying to decide if I had the energy to make tea or if I should just crash back into bed. The monitor crackled. I looked at it, not because I was scared, just because it startled me. That loud, static snap, like someone switching on a mic too close to their mouth. Then whispering. Very faint but clear. At first I thought it was just the monitor picking up something from outside, a neighbor's telly or a baby's toy left switched on. I leaned in, and I heard it say my name. Not a sound like my name. Not something that sort of resembled it. It said my name, first and last, quietly, like someone testing if I was listening. I froze. Not dramatic, not movie style, just still, like my body didn't want to do anything until it had figured out whether or not I was dreaming. Then it said something else. He's not sleeping, he's watching. That's when I stood up. I didn't yell, I didn't run. I just stood and walked, like in a daze, toward the monitor sitting on the side table. I picked it up, held it to my ear. Silence. Then the usual faint hiss of static. That was it. I put it down and walked up the stairs. Our bedroom door was open. My wife was asleep, arm flung over the duvet, mouth slightly open. The door to the nursery was closed, which was already weird. We leave it open so we can hear if he stirs. I pushed it open slowly. The room looked fine. Dim nightlight glow, mobile gently spinning even though there was no draft. The baby was asleep. Deep sleep, the kind where his hands are relaxed and his breathing is slow. I watched him for a second. No movement, no sign of distress. Then I noticed the marks on the floor, right under the crib, the kind of scratches that don't come from furniture or shoes, thin, uneven. Some were shallow, just surface damage. Others looked deep, like something sharp had dug into the wood. There were 6 of them, not evenly spaced, not patterned, just there, like something had been reaching up from under the crib. I stepped back, checked the corners of the room. The closet was closed, the window locked, nothing looked disturbed. I crouched down, hand resting on the edge of the crib, and slowly looked underneath. Nothing. Just dust in the storage box with diapers and wipes. No sign of any animal, no loose nails, no broken boards. I reached under and ran my fingers across the scratches. They were real, not just surface discoloration or shadows. They caught at my skin. I didn't wake my wife. I don't know why. I should have. But I didn't want to scare her unless I had something real to point to. It still felt possible that I had imagined the voice, that the scratches were old, that I was connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected. The next morning, I checked again in daylight. The scratches were still there. I asked my wife if she'd noticed anything weird with the monitor. She shook her head, still half asleep, said, "No, why?" I said, "Just the static's gotten worse." She shrugged and poured her tea. That afternoon, I called my brother. He used to live in this house years ago, before he moved to the States. He rented it when he was in his 20s, back when it was still falling apart and the plumbing made whale sounds when you flushed the toilet. I didn't tell him everything at first, just said I found something weird in the nursery and thought maybe it was from when he lived here. He went quiet, then said, "Are there scratches on the floor?" That shut me up. He didn't laugh, didn't make a joke, just waited. I said, "Yeah, under the crib." He let out a long breath. Then he said, "Check the attic." I asked why. He said, "I don't want to say anything until you do." And then he hung up. I didn't go up right away. After the call with my brother, I sat in the hallway for a while with the phone still in my hand, just listening to the silence in the house. It was too quiet, but not in that peaceful way. It was the kind of quiet that presses on your ears, the kind where you start to wonder if something's waiting to end the quiet. Check the attic. He said it like it was nothing, but I knew him. He doesn't do drama. He doesn't jump at shadows. So if he said that, there was a reason. The attic in this house isn't one of those roomy, finished ones. It's a hatch in the hallway ceiling. You pull it down with one of those plastic rods, and a ladder drops out. I had never been up there, not even when we moved in. Too much else going on. Figured it was just insulation and cobwebs, and maybe a dead rat or two. Now it felt like a space I'd been avoiding without realizing it. I waited until my wife left with the baby. She was taking him to her mom's for the afternoon, said I looked like I could use a nap. I told her I'd try, gave her a kiss, told her I'd text her in a bit. The second the door closed, I grabbed the attic rod. It stuck a little when I tried to pull it down, The latch was stiff, like it hadn't been opened in years. I had to tug it hard, and when it finally came loose, the ladder dropped with a hollow clatter that made my heart jump. I climbed slowly. The air got thick as I neared the top. Not hot, exactly just heavy, like the dust wasn't just in the air but part of the air. I pushed my head up through the opening. It was darker than I expected. No light bulb, no natural light, just long shadows and the smell of old wood and insulation. I had brought a torch, one of those small ones that barely does the job, and I clicked it on. The beam caught the edges of some boxes, a suitcase, a stack of yellowed newspapers, and then something on the far side of the attic, near the eaves. At first I thought it was just a pile of junk, maybe old boards or broken furniture, but when I got closer, I saw it clearly. A circle drawn in chalk on the attic floor. It was faded but still visible, roughly 3 feet across, maybe more. The lines were uneven, like they had been drawn in a hurry. Inside the circle were small bones. Not animal bones. Not exactly. I'm not a vet or a hunter, but I've seen enough to know the difference between a bird skeleton and whatever this was. They looked like finger bones, thin, curved, arranged in a pattern that didn't make sense but still felt deliberate. Beside the circle was a small wooden box, carved, handcrafted, the kind you might find in an antique shop or hidden in someone's drawer for decades. I crouched next to it, not sure why I hadn't just gone back down the ladder already. Something in me needed to see. The box wasn't locked. It creaked when I opened it. Inside were scraps of paper, folded, torn, stained with what looked like oil, maybe blood. The top one said, "Do not speak your name near the monitor." My skin went cold. I reached for the next one. "If it asks for the baby, do not answer." I didn't read more. I closed the box and backed away. I was shaking now, not from fear exactly, more like my body finally caught up with the tension that had been building since I heard that whisper. I took photos, not many, just enough to prove to myself later that it had been real. Then I climbed down and pulled the ladder back up. I stood there in the hallway for a while, looking up at the hatch, like it might open again on its own. It didn't. I went downstairs, sat on the couch, tried to think. Then I called my brother again. He answered on the second ring. I didn't waste time. What the hell is in the attic? He was quiet, then said, "You saw the circle?" "Yes." "And the bones?" "Yes." A long breath on his end. "I should have told you earlier," he said, "but I didn't think it would happen again." "What wouldn't?" "I heard the monitor too," he said. "When I lived there, not all the time, just once or twice, a whisper, then scratching. I thought it was in my head until I found the same marks on the floor in what's now your nursery. I didn't speak, couldn't. I went up," he said, "found the same box, same warnings. I didn't touch anything else. I just moved out." "You didn't say anything?" "I was 23. I thought maybe I was losing it, and after I left, I never heard it again." I was trying to stay calm, but my voice shook. "It said my name," I told him, "through the monitor, It knew my name. Another pause. Then he said, then it started again. I didn't tell my wife. I wanted to. God, I should have. But I didn't know how to say it without sounding like I'd gone completely off the rails. Hey, love, by the way, I heard my name whispered through the baby monitor and found bones in a chalk circle in the attic. That's not a conversation that ends with a hug and a cup of tea. That's a conversation that leads to a worried call to a doctor or maybe a priest. So I waited. I tried to act normal. We went about the routine, feeding, changing, napping in shifts, smiling at our son like everything was fine, and maybe if I pretended hard enough it would be. That's what I told myself. Just keep the peace, keep the calm, let the baby sleep, let the day pass, and maybe this thing will go quiet again. Maybe it's tied to something we stirred up by accident. Maybe it just wants to be left alone. But then the monitor spoke again. It was 2 nights later. I had just gotten back from the kitchen, one of those sleepy trips where you go for water but stand staring into the fridge like it's going to reveal something else. When I came back into the living room, the monitor was already hissing, that same low static, only this time it didn't fade. It built, like pressure behind a wall. And then it said something different. Not my name this time. It said, "He sees us." Clear, no distortion, like someone sitting an inch from the mic. Then silence again, not even static, just nothing. I didn't sleep. I stayed up on the couch, waiting for another sound. I kept checking the baby on and off through the night. He never stirred. Just lay there peaceful, small hand curled against his cheek, like nothing in the world could ever reach him. The next morning I took a day off work, told my wife I wasn't feeling right, and that part was true. She left with the baby to run errands, and as soon as the door shut behind them, I got back up into the attic. I don't know what I thought I'd find. Maybe something new. A change in the circle. A fresh note in the box. But it all looked the same. Still there. Still wrong. I pulled the box out and read through the rest of the notes. Some were barely legible. Some were scribbled like whoever wrote them did it fast, with shaking hands or worse. One said, "Do not cover the scratches. It remembers the floor." Another said, "Ask it nothing. Give it no permission." But the one that really got me was folded tightly and stained with something dark. It said, "I saw it through the slats. Under the crib. It does not blink." That was enough. I took the box with me, climbed down and locked the attic hatch. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I called the landlord. The same man who sold us the house. He had been weirdly eager to get the paperwork signed, now that I looked back on it. A little too flexible on the price, a little too quick with the "everything's been checked out" line. At the time I chalked it up to the market. Now, I wasn't so sure. He answered after a few rings. I told him who I was and which property it was about. He paused, then said, "Ah, that one." I didn't ask what that meant, just pushed ahead. I said, "Did you know anything about the attic?" There was a long silence. Then he said, "What did you find?" I told him, not everything, just enough, the bones, the chalk, the notes. He sighed, not a surprised sigh, more like someone bracing for a conversation they hoped never to have. That house has always had stories, he said. I asked what kind. He said, not the ghost kind, not banging doors or cold spots. It's quieter than that. People just leave. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes without packing. The one before you didn't even last a year. I asked about my brother. He said, the young lad, he left suddenly too, never said why. I asked why he never told us. You wouldn't have bought it if I had, he said. And it's not illegal to keep stories to myself. It's just bad form. I hung up before I said something I'd regret. Later that afternoon, my wife came back with the baby, smiling, bags of groceries in one hand, carrier in the other. I kissed her on the forehead, helped unload the bags, acted normal. That night, when she was asleep, I brought the monitor into our room and left it on the bedside table, just in case. Around 3 in the morning, it lit up. Not with sound, with movement. The power light flickered like someone was tapping it from the inside. And then I heard a whisper, softer than before. Not even a word, just breath, like the start of a sentence that never finished. I shut it off, pulled the plug. And in the silence that followed, I could still feel it watching. I didn't mean to talk to it. That's the part that's hard to explain, because when people hear this kind of story, they always think the person chose to make contact, like it was a challenge or some reckless mistake. But that's not how it happened. It was more like instinct, like when you hear someone call your name and you just say, yeah, before your brain even catches up. It was the next night, just past 3 again. I was up, not because the baby cried, but because I had started waking on my own, like my body knew something was coming before it even started. I sat in the hallway. The monitor was still unplugged. I didn't want to use it anymore, but I also couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It sat on the floor beside me, this small white box that had somehow become the most threatening object in our house. I don't know why I plugged it in. I was holding it, turning it in my hands, and then suddenly the cord was in the wall. The light came on, and I heard the soft hum of static. I told myself I just wanted to make sure, to check one last time that I hadn't imagined it. That maybe the power flicker or the weird whisper had been something else, a neighbor's cordless phone or a strange electrical feedback. The second it came on, it was quiet, no interference, just that faint hiss like a radio tuned between stations. I stared at it, and then it spoke. Not a whisper this time, not faint. It said, clear as a voice on the other side of a door, "You brought him here." I felt my mouth go dry. I didn't plan to speak. I didn't want to speak. But the words came out of me before I even knew they were forming. I said, "Who are you?" There was silence. The static ticked once, like a pop of air in the speaker. Then it said, "I wait. That's what I do." The words felt wrong in my ears, not just because of what was said, but how it was said, like someone repeating a sentence they had heard 1,000 times but never quite understood. a tone like echo instead of speech. I turned the monitor off, but it kept speaking. The light stayed on, and the voice said, "He wakes soon." That's when I pulled the plug from the wall and wrapped the cord around the base so tightly it bent the prongs. I put the whole thing in the bin under the sink, closed the lid, and stood there holding the countertop like it was the only solid thing left in the room. And then I heard the baby crying. Not a soft cry, a scream. The kind of cry that says something scared him awake. I bolted up the stairs, heart in my throat. When I opened the nursery door, he was sitting up in his crib, eyes wide, not looking at me, looking at the corner of the room, the dark one where the light from the hallway doesn't quite reach. I picked him up fast, held him to my chest. He was shaking, not hard, but in that quiet residual way like he'd been scared in his sleep and couldn't snap out of it. I turned on the overhead light. The room looked the same. The crib, the chair, the stack of books we read before bed. Except the closet was open. We don't leave that door open. It sticks unless you really pull at it. Inside was just clothes, boxes, diapers, and a footprint. Just one. In the dust near the back of the closet. Not mine, not my wife's. Smaller than mine, wider than hers. I didn't touch it. I left the closet open, carried my son into our room, closed and locked the door, let him sleep on my chest until the sun came up. The next morning, I went back into the nursery with a flashlight and looked again. The footprint was gone. Or maybe it had just never been there. Maybe I dreamed it. I cleaned the closet floor with bleach and water anyway. I didn't tell my wife why. That evening, she asked if I was okay. I told her I was just tired. She kissed me on the cheek and said, "We're almost through the hard part." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But that night, while brushing my teeth, I saw something behind me in the mirror. Just for a second. A shape in the hallway, still and pale, watching through the crack of the bathroom door. I spun around, nothing there. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat in the nursery with the light on, holding the baby while he napped, watching the floor, the walls, the closet door. And I kept hearing the same sentence in my head. "You brought him here." The next morning, I called my brother again. I didn't care if I was waking him. I didn't care that I'd already asked him everything I thought there was to ask. I needed more. Needed something real. Something that would help me understand why this house felt like it was turning itself inside out. He answered with a quiet, "Yeah?" Like he already knew why I was calling. I skipped the pleasantries. I said, "What did you do before you moved out?" There was a pause. Then he said, "I thought I ended it." I just sat there, phone to my ear, waiting. My son was asleep on my chest again, breathing slow and warm and soft like none of this was happening outside his tiny world. He said, "There was something in the attic, something old. I didn't know what it was, but it made itself known, through the same monitor you're using now. Only it didn't stop at whispers." I closed my eyes. He kept talking. "I had dreams," he said, At first I thought they were just that. Stress. The old house getting to me. But then they started lining up with real things. I'd dream of someone standing under the hatch, and the next morning the ladder would be down. I'd dream of my name being called, and wake up with the monitor hissing. I said, "What did you do?" I read the notes in the box, every one of them. There were more when I lived there. I think they disappear when people ignore them, or when people leave. One of them said to remove the bones and burn them. "And you did?" He hesitated. I tried. I took them out, one by one, in a paper bag. Lit them in the backyard in a metal bin. It took hours, but they burned. "You sure?" "As sure as I could be." I said, "Then why is it still here?" He didn't answer right away. Then quietly, "Because maybe it's not about the bones. Maybe it's about attention, about being noticed." That landed hard, because ever since I'd heard the whisper, I hadn't stopped noticing. Every sound, every flicker, every shift in the light, I was feeding it, giving it space in my head. I'd done everything except talk about it with the one person who deserved to know most, my wife. He said, "You need to leave." "We just bought the house," I said. "We have a newborn. We can't just." "Sell it. Walk away. Rent it out if you have to. But don't stay." I didn't have an answer for that, not one I could say out loud. That night, I found the box again. I had hidden it in the garage under a stack of old coats. I brought it back into the house and spread the contents on the kitchen table. There were fewer notes now. I could feel it, a difference in weight, like it was thinning. One of the notes I hadn't read before was folded 3 times and sealed with tape. The handwriting was different from the others, smoother, more deliberate, the kind you see in school notebooks. It said, "If you hear it say the baby's name, do not go in the room. Let it stop on its own. Let it pass. Do not enter while it is speaking." I didn't show it to my wife. I couldn't. She'd think I'd lost it, and maybe I had. But part of me believed it, fully, without question. The house had changed in the last few days, not just what I saw, but how it felt. The nursery had cold spots now, places where the air didn't move. The baby wouldn't sleep unless I was holding him, and even then he twitched like he was hearing something I couldn't. The baby monitor, unplugged and wrapped in towels under the sink, still clicked at 3 in the morning like it had power running through it. And the attic was louder now. Not with voices, but with movement. Sometimes I'd hear the thud of a box shifting, sometimes a creak that sounded like knees bending on old wood. I stopped going up. I told myself it wasn't real, but I also locked the hatch with a bike chain and a padlock from the shed, the kind you use for storage units or prison gates. I started looking up the house. Archives, news stories, anything I could find. There wasn't much, just a mention of the land being part of a larger property before the houses were built. One article from decades ago about a church fire not far from here, with a strange line buried at the end. Some residents say the structure was used for more than just sermons. I kept digging. Found a scanned interview with an old priest who used to work in the area. He talked about a local family who believed in binding something that didn't belong to this world. He said it wasn't his business, but they weren't the only ones. Some believed the land here had weight. Things don't rise here, he said. They settle, they dig, they wait. That word again. Wait. The same word the voice had used. That night, the baby started crying around 2:30, a sharp, sudden cry, not like hunger, not like discomfort. It was panic. I ran into the room. He was sitting up again, eyes wide, frozen. The closet door was open again. I checked it earlier that day. I had even put a chair in front of it. But now it was open, chair tipped over, and the air in the room was bitter cold. I picked him up and walked out. This time, I told my wife everything. I didn't care if she believed me. She had to know. I told her everything while we sat at the kitchen table. The baby was asleep in her arms finally. It was just after 4 a.m. I hadn't slept in nearly 2 days. I expected her to get angry, or worried, or to laugh in that tired way people do when they're too overwhelmed to do anything else. But she didn't. She listened, quiet, still, eyes locked on mine the whole time. I told her about the whisper, about the attic, the bones, the notes, the cold spots, the warnings, all of it. I left nothing out. When I finished, she asked just one question. "What does it want?" I didn't have an answer. Not really. I had guesses. That it wanted attention, that it wanted the baby, that it wanted to stay, that it fed off fear or sound or belief. But I didn't know for sure. And that was the worst part of all this. There was no name, no history, no shape, just a presence. She looked down at our son, then back at me, and said, "We have to go." I nodded, "Just for a night, until we figure it out." "No," she said, "we have to go. Like, go, go." We didn't argue. There was no energy left for that. Just silent agreement. She packed a bag for the baby. I grabbed clothes, documents, the box from the attic, and that cursed baby monitor still unplugged, still wrapped in cloth, but I wasn't about to leave it behind. By 6 that morning we were in the car driving toward her mum's place, a quiet village 2 hours out, surrounded by hills and hedges and nothing else. It felt like distance in the best way. Every kilometer felt like a door closing behind us. She didn't speak much on the drive, neither did I. The baby slept almost the whole way, which felt like a miracle. We stayed at her mum's for the next 3 nights. On the second night, I woke up around 3:30 out of instinct. Not from a noise, just something in my chest, a habit of fear that hadn't worn off yet. The monitor was still off, still packed, still silent. I sat by the window and watched the wind move the hedges. No voices, no scratching, no feeling of being watched. By the 4th morning, my wife said, "I think we should call someone." I asked, "The police?" She shook her head. "A priest, or someone who deals with this kind of thing." I nodded, not because I believed a priest would solve it, but because doing something felt better than doing nothing. And deep down, I had started to wonder, if maybe belief didn't matter, that the thing in the house was going to make itself real, whether we allowed it or not. We made the call that day, an older priest in Dublin. Local, quiet reputation, known more for funerals than exorcisms, but he didn't ask a single stupid question when I told him what was happening. Just listened, then asked for the address. "I've been there before," he said. That stopped me. "You have?" He said, "Years ago, maybe 8, someone else called. Same room, same age child. She didn't stay long either." "Did you stop it?" "No," he said flatly, "but I can contain it, temporarily. That house, it keeps things." He met us back at the property 2 days later. We parked across the street. I refused to take my son back inside. My wife stayed in the car with him. The priest and I entered together. The house was still, cold, unlived in, even though everything inside looked like we had only stepped out for milk. The air smelled heavier than I remembered, like wet stone and something slightly sweet, like old rot covered in honey. He didn't say a blessing, didn't light candles, just stood in the nursery, eyes closed. After a while, he asked for the box. I handed it to him. He opened it slowly, read one of the notes, and let out a quiet sigh. "This is the second one," he said. "The second what?" He looked at me. "This box, these notes, the others were burned, but the thing remained, so it started over. It learns who listens." I didn't know what to say. He pulled out a vial of something thick and amber-colored, poured it across the closet threshold, then down the sides of the crib, not in excess, just a line like a barrier. He took the monitor from my bag, opened the battery case, and slipped something small inside. "A talisman," he said. "It confuses the signal." Then he handed it back to me. "Keep it," he said. "Turn it on once. If it speaks again, do not respond. That will be your last warning. And if it doesn't, then it's moved on. Where does it go?" He looked at the ceiling toward the attic. "I don't know. I just know it doesn't like to be ignored." We left before sunset. The house went up for sale 2 weeks later. We listed it below market value. Took the hit. I didn't care. I never wanted to see the inside of that place again. It sold faster than I expected. A single man, early 40s, moved from the coast, said he liked older houses. We didn't warn him. I thought about it. I really did. But I remembered what my brother said, that sometimes attention was what it wanted. So I stayed quiet. I don't know if that was the right call. Maybe someday I'll regret it. But right now, it's been 4 months, and the baby sleeps through the night. My wife smiles again. The monitor never spoke again. Sometimes I wonder if it's still up there, in that attic, waiting. But not for us. We're not in that house anymore. And we never will be again. I didn't notice it the first few nights. You tune out a lot working third shift sirens, delivery vans, drunk arguments bleeding out of open windows. So, when I first heard the music, I assumed it was someone's phone. Or a car parked too long with the radio on. It was faint, weirdly slow, like the sound had to travel farther than it should have. But it kept coming, always at 4:02 in the morning. Not 4. Not around 4. 4:02. I only started keeping track because I'm up anyway, coffee in one hand, waiting for my eggs to finish frying. I work at support from home, and my hours are flipped. I sleep during the day, live mostly in the dark, same as raccoons and people with unfinished grief. The music was always the same, that old ice cream truck jingle. You know, the one, those plinking carousel-style notes. Only this version was wrong, slower, warped, like it was dragging itself through water. And even worse, it didn't fade in or out. It just started, full volume, right at 4:02, played for exactly 2 minutes. Then stopped like someone cut the cord. At first I thought it was a prank, or maybe one of those cursed viral marketing things. But this isn't that kind of neighborhood. My street's a cul-de-sac in Camden, New Jersey, the kind with cracked sidewalks and leaning mailboxes. Quiet, low income. No one around here has the energy for a prank that's consistent. And besides, no kids live on this block. None. I checked. I live alone in a semi-detached with a single window that faces the street. That's how I started watching. I set a reminder on my phone, 4:01 a.m., just in case. And sure enough, at 4:02, the music started. I stood at the window and waited. That's when I saw it. The truck wasn't a cartoon-colored van like you see in the suburbs. It was dull white, chipped, with red trim and faded stickers on the side. The kind that used to have a smiling mascot, but the face had been scraped off, replaced with a blank circle, just eyes and a line for a mouth. It moved slow, too slow, like it wasn't driving, like it was gliding. It stopped at the same spot in front of number 16. That house has been empty since I moved in. The windows are boarded, the yard's mostly dirt and weeds, no lights, no furniture. But the truck always stops there, for exactly 2 minutes. That first night I leaned in closer, trying to see who was behind the wheel. The cab was dim. I almost thought it was empty. Then the driver looked up, straight at me. He was tall, even sitting, you could tell. Long neck, pale face, big, round eyes. But what got me was how wet he looked. His skin was shiny, like plastic under rain. His lips were too red. And he didn't blink, just stared. Right into the window. Right into me. The music ended. He drove off. I didn't move for a long time, I don't know why. Just kept standing there, staring at the empty street. It wasn't fear exactly. Just this stillness, like if I moved too fast, the moment would rewind. I went to bed and didn't tell anyone. Next night, I didn't set a reminder. Didn't need to. My body woke me at 4:01 without asking. And again, at 4:02 music, slowed, warped, full volume. I didn't look out the window this time. I couldn't. The night after that, I caved. Curiosity beats fear when you live alone long enough. I watched from behind the curtain, same truck, same house, same stop. But this time, the driver didn't look at me. He looked up the street, toward the end of the cul-de-sac. I followed his gaze. There was nothing there. But I swear I saw movement in the corner of my eye, a flicker, like someone ducking out of sight behind a bush. That was 2 nights ago. And this morning when I checked my mailbox, there was something waiting for me. Not a letter. Not a package. Just a melted ice cream cone balanced on a paper plate, half vanilla, half something greenish, and sticking out of the top, a tooth. Small, white, clean, a child's. I stared at it for a long time. Then I threw it all in the bin and poured bleach over the top. I haven't called anyone. Who would I even call? There's no license plate. No one else is awake at 4 in the morning. The truck doesn't come at normal hours. No kids live on the block. But the truck keeps coming. 4:02. Every night. And I know deep down under the part of me that still believes in logic that it's not trying to sell anything. It's looking. The cone and the tooth messed me up more than I thought it would. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the street through the window blinds like I was waiting for something worse to show up. I kept trying to tell myself it was just a prank. Someone knew I'd been watching. Maybe I had a neighbor who thought it would be funny to lean into the weirdness. But I don't talk to my neighbors. Not because I'm antisocial. I just work nights, sleep days, and by the time I'm up and alert, everyone else is already inside, winding down or putting their kids to bed. I know maybe 2 names on this block. No one here knows me well enough to mess with me like that. And no kid I've ever seen is small enough to lose a tooth that size. By 9 that morning, the cone was gone. I dumped it into a plastic bag, tied it up, and tossed it in the bin with the bleach-soaked paper plate. I scrubbed my mailbox out with dish soap and hot water like it was diseased. I didn't even check my post. I didn't tell anyone. But that night, I watched again. Not because I wanted to, because it felt worse not to. At exactly 4:02, the music started. Same warped tune, same dragging tempo, same sudden stop at the middle of the block. I stayed back from the window this time, just far enough to see without being seen. The truck stopped outside number 16 again. But the driver never looked up. He just sat still in the cab, head slightly tilted toward the passenger seat. I couldn't see what was there, just the top of something red, like fabric. After 2 minutes, the truck rolled on. I counted every second. I waited another 10 before I finally exhaled. And then I did something stupid. I stepped outside. It was nearly 5 by then. The sky was starting to pale, that weird, colorless stretch of time right before sunrise where everything feels off. The pavement was cold under my bare feet, but I didn't notice it until later. I walked slowly toward number 16. The truck was long gone, no sign of it, no tire marks on the street. But something had been left behind. A small puddle. Directly where the truck had stopped. Milky white, like melted soft serve, but thinner. And in the middle of it, something glinted. I crouched down. It was a charm, like the kind kids used to clip onto bracelets or zippers. A tiny gold shoe, one of those rounded baby shoes, tarnished, slightly bent. No tag, no chain, just the charm, half sunken in the melted puddle. I didn't touch it. I went back inside, locked the door, and shoved a chair under the handle. I didn't sleep that morning either. That evening, I made a pot of coffee and stayed up through the night again. By midnight, I'd made a plan. I was going to follow the truck. Not forever, just once. I needed to know where it came from, where it went, if it stopped somewhere else, if anyone else saw it, if I was actually losing my mind, or if this thing was real and deliberate and watching more than just me. I didn't have a car, but I had a bike. It wasn't much. A second-hand mountain bike with a sticky front brake and a headlight that needed tightening, but it would do. I put on a hoodie and dark jeans, no reflectors. I kept the phone on silent in my back pocket. At 3:58, I wheeled the bike out the back door and walked it around the side, keeping to the shadows. At 4:02 exactly, the music began. I waited until the truck passed my house. Same slow crawl. Same low mechanical hum under the music. I hopped on the bike and followed, keeping a half block back. The truck didn't speed up, didn't turn around, didn't make any sound besides the music. It drove straight for 6 blocks, then took a left. 2 more blocks, a right. The neighborhood started to thin, more trees, fewer houses. Then we reached the edge of a park, and that's where it stopped. Not parked. Stopped. In the middle of the road. No other cars around, no street lights. I pulled into the mouth of an alley, hiding behind a dumpster, watching. The music stopped. The engine didn't. I waited. Maybe a full minute passed. Then the back door of the truck opened. It was one of those old roll-up freezer doors, metal and loud. But this one made no sound, just lifted, and something stepped out. It wasn't the driver. It was a kid. Small, thin, barefoot, wearing a hospital gown. He looked straight ahead, not left or right, and walked slowly to the sidewalk. He sat down under the street sign, folded his knees up to his chest, and waited. The truck didn't move. Neither of them did. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt locked. I wasn't scared like before it was something else. Like I'd stepped into a dream that was about to become a nightmare, but hadn't fully turned yet. I checked my phone. 4:07. Then I looked back up. The boy was gone. So was the truck. The road was empty. No sound. No light. Nothing. I didn't talk to anyone the next day. I didn't go online. I didn't even open the blinds. I just sat in my living room with my coffee going cold beside me, and my hands in fists so tight my nails left marks. I kept running it over in my head. trying to force some kind of order into it. I had seen the truck. I had followed it. I had seen the back open. I had seen a kid walk out. Then the truck and the boy both disappeared in under 60 seconds. There was no sound, no smoke, no turn, no screech of tires. It was just gone. And I knew with a sinking clarity that I hadn't imagined it. It hadn't felt like a dream. Dreams never carry that much weight in your chest afterward. You do not wake up with your palms sweating unless you were awake the whole time. By the evening, I knew I had to go further than just watching it. I had to find out if this thing had happened before, if anyone else had seen it. I wasn't going to post online. I had done that before with weird stuff, and it always turned into people asking if I was high or playing a joke. This time I wanted something real, so I started with the most boring and reliable place I could think of. I walked to the public library. It was half empty when I got there. A few people at tables, a teenager charging their phone near the front. The librarian gave me a look like she wasn't sure if I was lost, or about to ask her a question she didn't want to answer. I nodded politely and went to the old microfilm machine in the back. They still had local newspapers archived on microfilm going back to the 1970s. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. Accidents, maybe. Unexplained disappearances. Anything involving an ice cream truck. I narrowed it down to the summer months first, then started skimming headlines year by year. Nothing jumped out at first. But then, under the August 1983 section, one headline caught my eye. Boy missing after leaving home late at night. No photo, just a few paragraphs. The kid's name was Michael Reyes. He was 7 years old, lived 3 blocks from where I live now. His mother said she had fallen asleep on the couch and woke up to find the front door open. She told police she remembered hearing a melody outside around 4 in the morning, but could not say for sure what it was. The police found no signs of forced entry. No witnesses saw anything. Michael was never found. I searched his name. Nothing else came up. No anniversary pieces. No follow-up interviews. It was like he had been forgotten entirely. I kept digging. 1987. Another boy. Same neighborhood. Also disappeared between 3 and 5 in the morning. Parents asleep. No signs of struggle. 1994. Different part of Camden, but still close. Girl, 10 years old. Gone without explanation. House locked. Neighbors reported hearing strange music earlier that night. I sat back from the machine and rubbed my eyes. I was getting tunnel vision, but the pattern was impossible to ignore. Every 4 or 5 years, always in the summer, always in the early morning, always involving children who disappeared without a trace. The police reports always leaned toward runaways, but no one ever found them. No one ever reported sightings. The trails went cold in the same way every time. There were no suspects, no persons of interest, no statements about an ice cream truck. But one article mentioned something that made me freeze. It was buried in the 5th paragraph of a missing persons report from 2002. The boy's name was Elijah, and he had last been seen by his older brother, who shared a bedroom with him. The brother told police that Elijah had gone to meet the truck. That was the line. Gone to meet the truck. No elaboration, no context, and no one seemed to follow up on it. I printed the article and left. I felt eyes on me as I walked out, even though no one was looking. The kind of attention you feel when you touch something you were never meant to see. At home, I laid the article on my kitchen table next to the gold shoe charm and the notes I had written by hand. I drew a small map of the street, marked where the truck always stopped, where the puddle had been, where the kid had sat under the sign. I didn't know what I was building, but the pattern helped me breathe. That night, I didn't follow the truck. I watched from the window again. At 4:02, the music started. The truck moved at the same speed, same stop, same timing. Only this time, it did something new. It kept playing the music after it stopped. That had never happened before. It stayed parked in front of number 16 for its usual 2 minutes. But the melody continued. It was slower than before, lower pitched, and the rhythm was wrong. It stuttered at one point, like someone had forgotten how the song went and tried to keep going anyway. I didn't move from the window. I didn't breathe until the truck finally pulled away and the music cut off mid-note. I went to bed with all the lights on. I knew then that it was escalating. It had noticed I was following it, not just watching from behind glass, but tracking, researching, digging up things that were meant to stay buried. And I think it was trying to warn me to stop. I kept the lights on for 3 nights straight. I stopped sitting at the window. I closed the blinds. I unplugged the doorbell camera. Whatever this thing was, it had noticed me. I knew that much. I had gone from silent witness to participant, and I did not want to know what came next. But wanting doesn't matter once you're involved. That's what I finally had to accept. You do not get to go back to before. Not after something stares at you like that. Not after a child steps out of a truck and vanishes into nothing. I didn't follow it again. I didn't watch it roll past. But every night, right at 4:02, I still heard that melody start. Warped. Wrong. And always on time. The paper I had printed about Elijah, the boy who went to meet the truck, stayed on my kitchen table. I must have read it 50 times. Each time that line hit me a little harder. Not because it was eerie, because it felt casual, like no one thought to ask what truck he meant. I started to wonder if someone had. But maybe that part had been left out. I called the Camden Records office the next day. I told them I was researching older missing persons cases for a local piece. Not a lie, really, just not a published one. I asked if there were any family members still listed as contacts in the Elijah Reynolds file. The woman on the phone was helpful in that tired way people are when they have no reason not to be. She confirmed there had been an older sibling, Daniel Reynolds. He would be in his mid-30s now. I asked if there was a number. She couldn't give me that. But she gave me the address he had on file from 3 years ago. It was in Pensauken, not far. I drove over that afternoon. The house was a narrow row home with peeling blue paint and a porch that leaned like it had given up. There was a car out front, rusted but intact. I knocked and waited. I didn't expect anyone to answer. But someone did. The man who opened the door was maybe late 30s, heavy-set, worn around the eyes. He looked like someone who had seen more than his share of quiet. I told him my name, told him I was asking about Elijah. His expression didn't change. He stepped aside and let me in without a word. The living room was dark. The blinds were closed. The TV was on mute, playing static. He sat in a chair without turning the screen off. I stayed standing. I read about what happened to your brother, I said. I saw the article. He didn't say anything. I think something's still happening, I added, and I think it's the same thing. That made him look up. He stared at me like he was measuring something behind my eyes. Then he asked the first question. How long have you been seeing it? 2 weeks, I said. Every night, 4:02. He nodded slowly. Then he said, do you hear it in your sleep? The question caught me off guard. I don't know, I said. I keep waking up before it starts. That's how it begins. He leaned forward. You start by hearing it outside, then you start hearing it in dreams, then you stop knowing which is which. What is it? I asked. He looked down at his hands. I don't think it's a truck, he said. I think it wears the shape of one, because that's what kids trust. The sound, the song. It's not for us. It was never for us. But why show up to me? I'm not a kid. He gave a slow shake of his head. You watch too long. That's all it takes. He told me about the night Elijah vanished. It was summer. No school the next day. They were both awake past midnight, reading comics and talking about cartoons. Sometime after 3, Elijah had gone quiet. Stared out the window. Daniel asked him what he was doing. He said, they're early. Daniel asked who. And Elijah replied, the cold man. He said the name like it was normal, like they had talked about it before. Daniel remembered getting up, looking out the window, and seeing nothing. No car, no person, no movement. Just the faint sound of music he couldn't place. A minute later, Elijah went to the front door and stepped outside. Daniel followed. But by the time he got there, the street was empty, and Elijah was gone. No footsteps, no sounds, just one drop of melted ice cream on the bottom step. I told the police, he said. They thought I was making it up. Trauma response. That's what they called it. He stood and walked to the side table, opened a drawer, pulled something out and handed it to me. It was a charm. A tiny gold shoe. Identical to the one I had found in the melted puddle. I thought I dreamed it, he said, but a week later, I found that in the mailbox. Did anything happen to you? He shook his head. Not then, but it came back. He looked at me. Once you know about it, it comes back. I left with the charm in my pocket and a weight in my chest I could not name. At home, I laid both charms side by side on the kitchen table. They were the same in every detail. Same scratches. Same small bend near the arch. Like they were not copies. but the same one. I didn't leave the house the next day. I stayed inside with the blinds drawn and every light on. I kept the charms on the kitchen table, lined up side by side like they might do something if I stared long enough. I couldn't stop looking at them. They were too identical, not similar, not replicas. They had the same scratches in the same places, the same tiny nick where the gold flaked at the tip. It was like the same object had appeared in two places. One in my mailbox, one in Daniel's drawer. The thought settled heavy in my chest. I started to wonder how many people had one of these. How many people had found a charm, or a puddle, or a cone with something hidden inside. Maybe not everyone remembered. Maybe it had been happening for years, decades even, but no one had tracked it the way I had. They had seen it once, then buried the memory under sleep, routine, and fear. I was not forgetting. I couldn't, and that meant I had one thing left to do. I was going to stop it. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't keep watching. I couldn't be passive. The truck came every night, always the same route, always 402, always stopped at number 16. It had followed a routine like a machine, and I believed that meant it could be disrupted. Even machines can break. That night, I stood outside my house with a flashlight and a small crowbar tucked under my arm. The air was warm but felt colder than it should. My breath clouded more than the temperature called for. I was sweating, but I still shivered. The truck always moved slowly. I figured if I approached it from the side, I might get close enough to look inside the back. Maybe even force it open. At 401, the street was silent. At 402, the music began. It was slower than before. Not just dragging, struggling. The melody skipped a few notes in the middle, then restarted from the beginning. I stayed behind the bushes until the truck passed me. It stopped in front of number 16. I waited 6 seconds, then stepped out. My heart was pounding, not loud, just tight and deep, like a drum played underwater. I walked to the back of the truck. The metal was old, flaked with rust. The latch was covered in scratches. I reached for the handle. It was cold. I mean winter cold, metal that burns your skin even though the night was warm. I gritted my teeth and pulled. It moved easily. The door rolled up smoother than I expected. Inside, the floor was clean, empty, no coolers, no product, no freezers. Just a square metal room. The walls were lined with hooks, dozens of them, and on every hook something hung. Shoes, small ones, baby shoes, toddler sneakers, slippers. A few still had name tags. I stepped back. My body wanted to run, but my feet didn't follow. I heard the driver's door open. Slowly. Then a sound like wet plastic shifting. I turned and looked up. The driver stood taller than the cab. He had to duck under the frame to step out. His face was pale and stretched, skin pulled too tight, like it was made of wax pressed over bone. His eyes were round and glassy, no blink, no expression. He tilted his head, like he was studying me. I gripped the crowbar tighter. He didn't move. Then he opened his mouth, and the music came out. Not a voice, not words. The ice cream truck jingle playing from inside his throat. It sounded warped, like a speaker underwater, but I could hear the notes clearly. I stepped back again. He followed, slow and smooth, 1 foot at a time. He didn't chase. He just moved like he already knew where I was going. I turned and ran. Back to my house, through the front door. I locked it. Then I pushed the couch in front of it, shaking. The music outside kept playing. Longer than usual. It was still going 5 minutes later. Then 10. Then silence. When I finally opened the door, the street was empty. No sign of the truck, no footprints, no sound. Just a puddle on my doorstep. No charm this time. Just the puddle. And in it, something new. A strip of paper soaked through. I pulled it out carefully and unfolded it. 5 words were written in shaky block letters. You are not the first. I sat on the floor and tried to understand what that meant. Was it a warning, a message, a threat? Or maybe a statement of fact? Maybe others had stood where I stood. Maybe some had tried to fight it. Maybe all of them had failed. But I was still here. And now I knew what was inside the truck. Not bodies. Not drivers. Not even ghosts. Just absence. Just tokens. Each one left behind like a receipt. A record of something taken. I didn't sleep the night I opened the truck. I sat on the floor with the crowbar still in my lap and the soaked paper drying on the windowsill. My legs were stiff. My head ached. I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours, but my stomach felt like a clenched fist. You are not the first. That line played over and over in my mind like the warped melody from the truck. There was no part of me that doubted it anymore. This thing had been around a long time, too long for anyone to fully track. But someone else had tried, maybe more than one person, maybe many, and they had all failed. But I had not disappeared. I had come back. That had to count for something. I took the charms the next morning and drove to Daniel's place. He let me in without asking anything. He looked worse than before, pale, tired, like someone who had been waiting for a knock on the door that finally came. I laid the 2 charms on his kitchen table and added the paper. He read it in silence. Then he poured 2 glasses of water and sat across from me. Do you think it can be stopped? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, No, I think it feeds on the attention, the pattern, the watching. That's why it plays the music. It wants you to look. It wants to be seen. So what happens if no one looks? He shrugged. No one's ever tried that. I nodded. That night I unplugged every device in my house. I turned off my phone. I pulled the blinds shut and nailed the edges down with tacks. I put on noise-canceling headphones and played rain sounds at full volume. At 4:02, I felt it pass. Even without sound, even without sight, I knew it was there. But I did not look. The next night, I did the same. And the next. On the fourth night, the music stopped coming. There was no sound, no pressure in the air, just stillness, like whatever had been coming finally moved on, or gave up. I kept the routine for one full week just in case, and then I stopped checking the clock. I started sleeping again, slowly, lightly, but it was sleep. I went back to work. I spoke to my sister on the phone. I made a real meal for the first time in days. I stopped walking past the window at night. I stopped expecting something to be waiting for me. One morning, I found a letter in my mailbox. Handwritten. No stamp. No return address. It simply said, "You broke it." There was nothing else. No signature. No name. But the tone felt different. Less like a threat. More like acknowledgement. Or maybe even thanks. I showed it to Daniel the next day. He read it twice and smiled for the first time since I met him. "Then maybe that's it," he said. "Maybe it's over." We sat for a while without talking. Before I left, he gave me something. A shoebox. Inside were newspaper clippings, all the ones I had found and many more I hadn't, dozens of them. Articles dating back to the 60s, Camden, Philadelphia, Wilmington, Trenton. All early morning disappearances. All children. All unsolved. In every single one, there was a pattern buried in the language. A mention of music, or a description of a white van, or a note about something left behind. A coin, a charm, a cone. None of the papers had ever connected them. But Daniel had. He had been collecting them for years. "I never knew what to do with them," he said, "but maybe now they're just stories." I took the box home and scanned every single page. Then I packed the originals away and gave the scans to a friend who writes local history columns. He called it the Cold Song. I didn't tell him it was real. He didn't ask. That was months ago. Nothing's happened since. The truck has not come back. The music has not returned. I walk at night now. Not far, just around the block. I pass number 16 sometimes. The house is still empty, still boarded, but I don't feel anything when I look at it. No cold spot, no dread. Just a house with a history. Like all places. One night I left something on the step. A charm. One of the gold shoes. The other one I buried in my backyard. Just in case. I still don't know what the truck really was. A spirit. A curse. Something older, maybe. A ritual playing out behind the rhythm of an old jingle. But I do know it wanted to be seen. And I do know it fed on patterns. And maybe most of all I know this. The only way to starve something like that is to take your eyes off it. Stop listening. Stop naming. Stop giving it space in your mind. So I won't say its name anymore. And I won't tell this story again. I'll just go to sleep before 4 and wake up with the sun. Alright, so I am not someone who posts on here a lot. I mostly read. Usually crime stories or weird, scary stuff. But something happened, and I honestly need to get this out because it has been eating at me. And maybe someone's seen something similar. Or maybe writing it down will help me stop second-guessing myself every time I step outside. I live in Toronto, not downtown, but close. A residential street near a main strip, pretty normal setup, row houses, corner shops, restaurants. You can walk most places if the weather isn't horrible. There is a small off-license, a dry cleaner, a couple cafes, and a gym all on the same block. I moved into this place about 2 years ago. Nothing fancy, just a small flat on the second floor above a pharmacy. Quiet mostly, at least it used to be. The guy I keep thinking about started showing up maybe a year ago. I remember the first time I saw him because he was working the till at the off-license, and he was unusually friendly. Not in a weird way at first, just memorable. He asked if I wanted a bag, made a joke about the wine I was buying, something dumb like date night or disaster prep, and I laughed even though it wasn't that funny. He asked for my name to print a receipt, and I gave it without thinking because that's what the machine asks, and it's a small shop. You don't really pause in the moment. I didn't see him again for a while. Then maybe 2 months later, I went to the dry cleaner down the street to drop off a coat, and there he was. Same guy, same smile. He said my name before I could even hand over the slip. "Hey, you're from the off-license, right? You like the Pinot Noir." I laughed again, but this time it felt off. Not a red flag, just a flicker. Like, sure, maybe he remembered me, but it had been weeks, and I don't drink Pinot that often. I said something like, "Oh, you work here too?" And he just said, "Yeah, part-time," and started ringing me up. And that was it. The third time was when I really felt it, like in my stomach. There's a little coffee shop near the subway station, not one I go to all the time, more like a stopgap when I'm running late. I walked in one morning before work, and he was behind the counter. Same guy. Apron, cap, smiling. He looked straight at me and said, "Medium Americano, 1 sugar, right?" And here's the thing, I had never ordered that in front of him. Not at the off-license. Not at the dry cleaner. That was just my usual, something I always got when I was in a rush. I didn't laugh that time, I just stared. He handed me the cup and winked. On the house. I remember I didn't drink it. I walked 2 blocks and tossed it in a bin. It wasn't even that I thought it had been tampered with exactly, just that it felt too personal, like he knew more than he should, more than made sense. After that, I started looking out for him, and I saw him everywhere. Not every day, not in the same shop more than once, but always nearby, always part of something. Once at the sandwich counter in the grocery store. Once helping stock shelves in a corner store across the street. He always said hi, always used my name. Sometimes he'd wave like we were old friends. Once he nodded toward my tote bag and said, "Still reading that novel, huh? You're a slow reader." That one chilled me because the book was in my bag, not visible. The cover wasn't sticking out. I had borrowed it from the library a week before and had only taken it out at home and once at the park. That's when I stopped going to the usual places. I started walking an extra few blocks to get coffee. I switched gyms. I ordered things online that I would normally grab in person. I tried to be invisible. And for a while it worked. Until last month. It was a random Tuesday, warm enough that I had the windows open. I was walking home from work, same route as always, just past 7 in the evening. I passed this plain white van parked 2 doors down from my building. Not suspicious at first glance, no logos, no tinted windows. I wasn't really paying attention until I dropped my keys and bent down to grab them. That is when I saw inside the back seat. It was a mess, not dirty, just cluttered in a way that felt organized in a very specific kind of wrong. There were photos of me, printed out. Some of me walking, some of me at my door, one of me sitting on a bench near the park reading that same novel. There were receipts, not just from stores I had been to, from places I forgot existed, same credit card times, same days. And there was a hand-drawn floor plan of my flat, not just the general layout. Specific things. Where my bed was, the spot where I kept my coat hooks, the shelves I had put up in the kitchen. I froze. I didn't even breathe for a second. I looked around, trying not to look like I had seen anything. The van was empty, doors closed, engine off. I walked past it like nothing had happened. Then I turned the corner and called the police from behind a bus shelter. They took it seriously, or they said they did. But by the time they arrived 10 minutes later, the van was gone. Completely. No trace, no plates. I felt like an idiot. I gave a description. I told them everything. The photos, the man, the floor plan. They nodded and took notes and said they would look into it. Then they left. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about every time he had smiled at me. Every time he had said my name. Every time he had been just a little too close, too soon, too often. And then, 2 days later, I walked into the new gym I had just joined, the one far from home, the one I picked specifically because he had never been there before. And there he was, wiping down the machines, wearing the staff shirt, smiling at me like we were starting all over again. I stood in the entrance of the gym, still holding my scan card in one hand, staring at him like I had just seen a ghost in a name tag. He was wiping down a treadmill near the far wall, completely casual, humming to himself like it was any other shift. He hadn't seen me yet, or maybe he had and was pretending not to. Either way, my heart started pounding in this weird, slow way. Not panic exactly, but this heavy, sinking dread, like my body had figured something out before my brain caught up. I didn't scan in. I turned around and walked right back out the front door. One of the girls at the desk asked if everything was okay, and I said something like, "Oh, I forgot my water bottle," and kept walking. I don't even remember the rest of the walk home. I just remember locking the door behind me and leaning against it for a long time, trying to keep my breathing normal. I knew I hadn't imagined it. Same guy, same eyes, same little half smile he always gave me. But now it was different. Before, it was subtle. He would show up and disappear. Friendly enough that it could pass for coincidence. Now it felt like escalation, like he was letting me know he could follow me anywhere. I thought about calling the police again, but what was I going to say? Hi, yes, that man I reported a while back for having a van full of photos of me is now employed at my gym. No, I don't have any proof he's done anything. No, I don't know his real name. No, he hasn't technically broken any laws that I can prove. It would go nowhere. Or worse, they'd start acting like I was the one who needed to calm down. So I did what most people do. I tried to ignore it. I skipped the gym. I walked different streets. I ordered groceries instead of shopping. I stopped going out in the evenings at all. My world started shrinking, inch by inch, until I was basically just rotating between work and my flat and pretending that was fine. But I couldn't stop thinking about him. Every time I saw a white van, I froze. Every time I passed a shop with a new face behind the counter, I slowed down, scanned, waited. I even caught myself muting calls so I could listen for footsteps in the hallway outside my building. It was like living with this constant static in the background, never loud enough to scream over, but always there. Then something happened that made everything worse. It was a Sunday, rainy. I hadn't left the flat all day. I ordered delivery for dinner and left a note to just drop it at the door. When I opened it, the bag was there, dry, but tucked slightly sideways. Not how it usually lands. That's not even what got me. What got me was the receipt inside. It had my name on it, which was normal. But under the item list, someone had scribbled a message in pen. It said, "You never finish your leftovers." I just stared at it. That was not something a stranger could guess. That was something only someone who had seen me throw out half-eaten meals would know. Someone who had looked in my bins, or worse, through my window. I live alone. I eat alone. There's no one else it could have been meant for. I didn't sleep that night. I called the delivery place in the morning, asked if they could confirm who had been on the route. They gave me a name, not one I recognized. I asked if they could describe him. Tall, they said, light brown hair, wore a hoodie, quiet. That could be anyone. But I knew it was him. Of course it was. The next day, I set up a cheap motion camera outside my front door. One of those basic models people use for mail theft. It was not subtle, but that was the point. I wanted him to know I was watching now, too. Nothing happened for a week. Then one night, just after midnight, I got a notification on my phone. Motion detected. I opened the feed and saw the hallway. Empty. I watched the clip 3 times. Nothing moved, no one there. But the door was slightly ajar. And I never leave my door unlocked. I checked the bolt, still slid across, but the latch was not set right. It was like someone had tried to open it quietly and stopped when it caught. I reported it. I sent the video to my building manager and asked if they had security footage of the hallway. They said they would check. Then nothing. I followed up twice. Still nothing. 2 days later, my camera stopped working, just went offline. I took it down and found that the lens was scratched. Not shattered, just scratched. Deliberately. That was the night I decided to go looking. I pulled up job listings for every business within 6 blocks, checked postings for new hires, looked for overlapping names. I even started walking routes I had avoided, just to see if he would show up again. I needed to know where he would pop up next. I needed to feel one step ahead, even if it was just an illusion. A week into doing this, I walked past a print shop I had never noticed before. Not new, but one of those places that kind of blends in. Cheap flyers, passport photos, that kind of thing. And in the window was a sign, "Help wanted." I went inside. He was behind the counter. This time he didn't say my name. He just smiled. Wide. Wider than before. Like we were past pretending. I left the print shop without buying anything. I think I mumbled something like, "Sorry, wrong place," and backed out without making eye contact. He didn't say anything. He just stood behind the counter, that same wide smile stuck on his face like it had been waiting there for me. I don't even remember if there was anyone else in the shop. It felt like everything else disappeared the second I saw him again. I walked fast, too fast. It wasn't quite running, but definitely not normal. My heart was pounding, my hands were damp, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just walked into some kind of performance and now I was the one giving the wrong lines. I made it halfway down the block before I stopped and looked back. He hadn't followed me. He didn't need to. That was the part that scared me most. He wasn't chasing. He didn't need to do anything. He already knew where I lived, where I ate, where I worked out. He knew the brand of wine I liked and how I took my coffee and which days I worked from home. He didn't need to be in a hurry. He already had everything he wanted. That night I didn't go home. I couldn't. I took the train out to a friend's place in Scarborough and made up something vague about a gas leak. They didn't press. I don't think I was convincing, but I looked so bad they just gave me a blanket and put something dumb on the TV. I lay on their couch all night staring at the ceiling, listening to every small noise like it might be him trying the lock again. In the morning, I went back to the building. Nothing seemed out of place. My door was locked, my mailbox untouched. The hallway was quiet. But when I opened the door, something felt wrong. I couldn't explain it at first. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but the air felt different, like it had been disturbed, like someone had been in the room and left just before I arrived. I checked every drawer, every closet, under the bed. I even pulled up the rug just to make sure nothing had been left behind. And then, finally, I opened the fridge. There was a bottle of Pinot Noir sitting on the middle shelf. I hadn't bought any. Not in weeks. It was the exact same brand from the off-license. I sat down on the floor, cold air spilling out from the open fridge, and just stared at it. He had been in my home. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number, no name, no message, just a photo. It was me, sitting on the floor, staring into the fridge. Taken through my kitchen window. That was the moment it stopped being manageable. The second you realize someone has been inside your space, that they can still see you even when the doors are locked and the lights are on, something breaks. Or maybe not breaks, something changes. You stop feeling like a person. You feel more like an object being cataloged. I took the phone and the wine bottle and went straight to the police. They wrote everything down again. They asked if I had proof the man in the shops was the same person. I said yes. I described his face, his voice, the way he always remembered my name. I showed them the photo. I told them the bottle hadn't been mine. I said it had been left there as a message, or a threat, or both. They said they would assign someone to look into it. That's what they said. But nothing happened. A few days passed, then a week. No calls, no updates. When I followed up, they said the phone number had already been shut down. No registered account. The wine bottle had no prints. And without a name or a record or video footage of him actually entering my flat, there wasn't much they could do. I asked if I could file for a restraining order. They said I could try, but I needed a name, or an address, or something beyond. He smiled at me in 3 different shops. I started noticing things after that, little things. The curtains would be drawn when I swore I left them open. My phone battery would drain faster than usual. The shower mat would be damp before I used it. Nothing big, nothing dramatic, but it added up. I changed my locks. I bought new curtains. I covered every camera on every device. I changed my phone. I deleted every app I didn't absolutely need. I stopped checking in at places. I shut down my social media. I told myself if I shrank my world small enough, maybe he would lose interest. Maybe he would get bored. Maybe he would forget me. Then I saw him again. Not at a shop. Not at the gym. On my street. It was early evening. I had just turned the corner onto my block when I saw someone crouched near the bushes across from my building. At first I thought it was a dog walker. Then he stood up. Same height. Same hair. Same calm, casual walk as he crossed the street and disappeared into the alley without looking back. Like he had been checking something. Or waiting. I waited 5 full minutes before I went inside. I checked every room, every lock, every blind. Everything looked normal. But on the floor of my entryway, just inside the front door, was another receipt. This one had no message. Just a timestamp. It matched the exact moment I had walked past him outside. He had been inside again. And this time, he hadn't even bothered to hide it. I didn't call the police again. I just stood there in the middle of my flat, staring at the receipt on the floor, and knew exactly what they'd say. It wasn't enough. No fingerprints. No footage. No forced entry. Just a receipt with a timestamp, same as before. And that's not illegal, not technically. That's what I kept hearing over and over every time I tried to report something. It's unsettling, sure, but it's not a crime. The line they walk is so thin, and guys like him know exactly where it is. I picked up the receipt with shaking hands and looked at the time again. It matched the exact minute I saw him crouched across the street. Which meant he had either just left my place, or he was still watching when I walked by. Either way, it made me feel stupid for going inside without checking more carefully. Like I had followed a script he already knew. Like this was the part where I noticed, too late, that I'd been part of a routine all along. I packed a bag that night, not clothes or anything long-term, just the essentials: toothbrush, chargers, a hoodie, the bottle of wine he left, the photos, the first note. I went to a friend's place on the other side of town. Not the same friend from before. Someone I hadn't seen in months, which I figured made it harder to predict. I didn't say much. just that I was dealing with something weird and needed a few nights away. He let me crash on his couch without asking too many questions. The next morning, I bought a cheap prepaid phone and left my regular one powered off in my bag. I checked job boards again, tried to find the print shop listing where I had last seen him, but it had already been taken down. I searched business licenses in the area, staff names, anything that might give me a trail, but there was nothing. He never left a digital footprint, no last name, no social media, no records of any kind. Every job I had seen him at, he was gone within a week. That night, I got a message on the prepaid. It wasn't a number I recognized. There was no name, no subject, just a photo. It showed me, asleep on the couch, at my friend's place, taken from outside the window. I felt the floor drop out from under me. My stomach tightened, and I had to grip the edge of the kitchen counter just to stay upright. I hadn't even told anyone where I was. I hadn't posted anything, hadn't called anyone from that phone, and still, somehow, he had found me. I turned the phone off immediately. My friend found me packing up and asked what was going on. I told him the truth this time, all of it, not just the jobs or the wine bottle or the notes. I told him about the van, the photos, the receipt in the fridge, the man showing up at every new place I tried to feel safe in. His expression didn't change much while I spoke, but I could see the way his eyes darted toward the windows and his hand hovered just slightly near the phone on the table. He offered to drive me to the police station again. We went. I gave a full statement, again. They listened, again, but the same words came back. No name, no clear evidence, no crime we can charge. They offered to file a report, said they'd flag the case. One of them even gave me a pamphlet about stalking support resources, like that was supposed to fix the part of my brain that now flinched every time I heard footsteps behind me. I went back to my own flat the next morning. It felt like surrender, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't stay with friends forever. I couldn't afford to move. And besides, I had started to believe he would find me no matter where I went. Hiding felt like handing over control. I didn't want to disappear from my own life just because he knew how to keep showing up. So I started watching back. I bought another camera, a better one. I installed motion sensors by the front and back windows. I kept logs of when I left the house and when I came back. I took photos of anything I found out of place. I checked every cupboard, every drawer, every corner, every time I entered a room. Weeks passed. He didn't show up. No notes, no receipts, no photos, no weird deliveries, just nothing. And the silence was almost worse, because I kept waiting. Every time I left my flat, I scanned the faces on the street. Every person behind a counter made my chest tighten for a second. Every knock on the door made my palms sweat. But nothing happened. Not for 2 full weeks. And then I got the envelope. No stamp, no name, just slid under my door sometime during the night. Inside were 6 Polaroid photos, all of me. Some inside the flat, some taken from outside, all recent. I was wearing things I had only worn in the last few days. On the back of one, in neat handwriting, it said, "You're getting sloppy. That's it. No threats, no demands. Just a correction, like a teacher leaving feedback. Like he wanted me to know I was still being watched, that I had let my guard down. And he noticed. I didn't throw the photos away. I know that's probably what I should have done, but I didn't. I kept them, put them in a sealed plastic bag, then locked that bag in the drawer under the sink. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was about control. If I had them, at least I knew where they were. I could look at them again if I needed to. I could prove to myself or someone else that this was really happening. They were physical. They made it harder to doubt myself, which I was doing constantly. He was right, though. I had gotten sloppy. I had started sleeping without checking the locks twice. I had left the curtains open once or twice during the day when the sun was finally coming through. I had stopped watching every single person in line behind me. It had felt good, a little bit of freedom, even if it was temporary. And just like that, he reminded me it was borrowed, that none of it had gone unnoticed. The note on the back of the photo wasn't angry. That was what chilled me. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't even mocking. It was neutral, observational, like a correction in a notebook. Like we were part of some ongoing test that I had briefly failed. After that, I stopped sleeping again. I started checking every camera on my street through the city's open access system. I watched the feeds for hours. Grainy black and white loops of parked cars, street lights, quiet movement in the distance. I didn't know what I was looking for. Just something, a figure, a van. Something out of place. But it all looked normal, too normal, like someone had gone through and wiped it clean. The thing that kept nagging at me was how he kept finding work. It didn't make sense. He wasn't just loitering. He wasn't hiding in bushes. He was putting himself in public spaces, over and over. Getting hired at small businesses, moving quickly, staying just long enough to be seen, but never long enough for anyone to ask questions. So I started asking the questions. I went back to the first shop I remembered seeing him in, the off-license. It had changed hands since then. New signage, new shelves. But the guy at the counter had been there for a while, and I asked if he remembered someone fitting that description working there the year before. He blinked and said, maybe, but he didn't sound sure. He was quiet, I said, polite, light brown hair, clean cut, worked evenings. That seemed to jog something. Oh yeah, he said. Think his name was Sam. Didn't stay long. A couple weeks, maybe. I asked if they had his full name, a resume, anything. He said they probably tossed it after he quit. No one kept paper copies anymore. I tried the dry cleaner next. Same response. Friendly, quiet. Came in through a referral, left after 3 weeks. No last name, no ID on file, paid in cash. It was the same pattern everywhere I went. He never gave a real name, never left paperwork. He stayed just long enough to learn the routines, the layout, the regular customers. Then he disappeared. And nobody noticed. Nobody except me. That realization hit harder than I expected. This wasn't just about me. I mean, it was. But not only. He had built something around my life, yes, but he had done it in plain sight. By fitting in, by being useful, by being forgettable. He had mapped out my neighborhood job by job, shift by shift, until every corner of my world had his fingerprints on it. and he was still out there, still watching. That night, I put a chair under the doorknob. Old trick, not foolproof, but it helped me sleep for at least a few hours, or maybe it just helped me feel like I was doing something. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the stairwell outside my flat. Nothing dramatic, just quiet, deliberate pacing, like someone walking up and down one flight, slowly. I didn't move. I just lay there with my heart in my throat, counting the steps. 10 up. Pause. 10 down. Pause. Repeat. I didn't call the police. I don't know why. Maybe because I thought he would hear me. Maybe because I didn't want to make noise. Maybe because I already knew they would be too late. The footsteps stopped after 20 minutes. I stayed awake until the sun came up. The next day I found a paperclip on my welcome mat. Just one, bent slightly at the middle. That was the moment I knew he had tried the door again, and that he wanted me to know. I stood there staring at it for a long time, that stupid little piece of metal. More than the photos, more than the wine, more than the notes. That was the most personal thing he had done. It said, I was here, but it also said, I could have gone further. I picked it up and tossed it down the drain behind the building. It didn't feel like enough. Nothing did anymore. It's strange what finally made it stop. Not the police, not security cameras, not me barricading my door or swapping my phone or staring down every face on the street. Not even the part where I stopped sleeping in my flat and started keeping a hammer next to the bed like I knew how to use it. It was the flyer. I found it taped to the bus shelter at the end of my block. Yellow paper, simple typeface, nothing dramatic. It looked like a lost cat notice or an ad for guitar lessons, but it wasn't. It was a job ad. For a small grocery store across the city, a place I'd never been to. The name didn't ring a bell. But the man on the flyer did. They had printed a photo. Black and white, a little grainy, probably from a security camera. He was looking at something off-screen, mid-step, caught in motion. But the face was clear enough. Him, the man. The one who worked everywhere, the one who smiled and said my name and left notes and opened my door while I was gone. The flyer said he had applied to work there under a fake name. He had been hired for 3 days. Then he vanished, left behind a locker with nothing inside, no ID, no phone. Just a single page torn from a notebook with someone's name written in the center and circled twice. Not mine. Someone else. Someone new. The store manager had gone online looking for answers and found people posting about strange behavior in other cities. The same man, same tactics, different names, different blocks, different victims. I stared at the flyer for a long time. There was a number at the bottom, not the police. Just a regular mobile number. It said to call if you had seen him. I took a photo and walked home slowly. It was the first time in weeks I felt something like pause. Not relief, but maybe a crack in the tension, like the air had shifted just enough to breathe without flinching. When I got back to my building, I checked the hallway. Empty, quiet. No new notes, no wine bottle, no receipt. For the first time in a long time, there was nothing waiting for me. I sat on the couch and pulled up the photo again. I didn't call the number. I probably should have, but I didn't. Instead, I took every piece of evidence I had, the photos, the screenshots, the scratched-up motion camera, the bent paperclip. I laid them out on my kitchen table and took pictures of everything. Then I backed those pictures up in 3 places, sent copies to myself, to a friend, uploaded them to cloud storage, made sure it would not disappear if something happened to me. Then I packed it all into a padded envelope. I didn't address it. I didn't know who would believe me enough to open it. But I kept it anyway. A record. Because I think that's what he was always doing, making a record, a map of someone's life, traced over with a steady hand, every receipt, every route, every habit. All of it stored in some quiet corner of his mind, not to attack, not to hurt, just to hold, to know, to have. And once he knew it all, once there was nothing left to learn, he moved on. That's what he did with me. He didn't need to be dramatic. He didn't need to end it with some final encounter. There wasn't going to be a confrontation, or a chase, or a hidden knife under my pillow. He already got what he came for. He finished the puzzle and went looking for another. And honestly, that's what scared me the most. Not that I would be hurt, but that I had been enough. A complete set. And now I was just a closed file. A name that used to matter. It took me a while to come back to normal life, or something close to it. I went back to the gym eventually, a different location, bigger, brighter, more cameras, more staff. I started walking the city again, slowly. At first, I only went out during daylight. I picked cafes where I could see the door from where I sat. I stopped ordering delivery. I only paid in cash. I stopped talking to strangers. I still haven't had a full night's sleep, but it's getting better. I moved a few months after it all ended, not far, just enough. A new neighborhood, new routes, new faces. I still look for him sometimes. In shops. In crowds. On trains. Sometimes I'll spot someone who walks like him, and my heart will start racing before I even see their face. But it's never him. Not yet, anyway. And I'm starting to believe that maybe he really is gone. Because there are always more blocks, more streets, more people who do not notice the quiet man who remembers your name, even when you never gave it. I don't think he ever wanted attention. He wanted routine. To study you. To learn how you moved. And then leave. Just before anyone else realized he had ever been there at all. So this is me making sure someone does. He was real. He worked in every shop on the block. He watched me live. And then he left. I hope he never comes back. But if he does, at least now, you'll know what to look for.